I blame Lewis. I blame Lewis. I'm late. Sorry, I'm late. But I was on the phone with Lewis, and we got to talking about, you know, a niche market, and I'm late. He was like, it's 9 o'clock. Gotta start the show. I'm like, hold on, no, let me finish yelling and hollering and screaming. Welcome to Text, the money edition, where I am not a financial advisor. I take no responsibility for anything that you do concerning this. Like, I'm just talking about some stocks. I found my paper. Took forever, but I found it. Talking to Lewis. And something else. Oh, so this is my Halliburton stock. Okay, it's my Halliburton stock, and of course this is the 1 day thing. But let's go 3 months. Let's go 3 months. Funny, it started dropping November 27th, which is right around the time that Trump had the peace talks with the Russians. And as you can see, it just down. And then it went up a little bit right around the time you had those attacks by the Russians, and now back down, and then up a little bit. The stock pretty down based on what's going on overseas. And this is wartime stock. So, all right. So the last time I did this video, because I used to do these at least once a month on the Embrace Villainy channel. We would go over the stocks and see, what's growing and what's not. So what I wound up doing was I compiled a list of all of the stocks, well, not all of them, but the ones that were shown that the government bought stock in. All right, right before Trump took office, right around the time right before he took office. So we're gonna take a look at them. All right, we're gonna take a look at them. What's up, Audrey? Replay Kang, thanks. Yeah, you're better off watching this on the replay if you want to, but I'll give you all the call signals now so you'll know. All right, so all right, I got them right here. I'll give you all the call signals now, and then if you want to see how they look as far as if they're growing or shrinking, then you just tune in for the rest of this. All right, or you look for yourself. All right, so DVA, AMRC, which I circled, ACM, okay, ACM, HBI, TTEK, BAH, or is that BA, or is that BAIT? I think it's BAH. Okay, GD, SAIC, ORCL, KBR, I think that's, IBM. Okay, I wasn't sure if that was TIBM or not. That's the circle, sorry. MRK, CXW, and NOL. Okay, and coin is XRP. Pelosi stock that she's been making a lot of, that made her a multi-millionaire supposedly, and also there was a girl and a bunch of people, they were doing the mimic coin, whatever, the mimic stock, whatever, where the people, like the one girl said, I just use this program to buy and purchase all of the stock trading that Nancy Pelosi does. And she was like, in a year, like, I made $1 million. All right, so Pelosi stock is REOF, NVDA, and there's a guy, I saw a brother, dressed kind of like I'm dressed. Yeah, he talked about NVDA. He said, yeah, like I made a lot of money on that. AVGO, but there's a question mark on that. Just like Tesla, there's a question mark on that. And there's a question mark on AAPL. All right. So we're going to look at the government stocks and see how they've done since I last saw them, which was what, a couple months ago. All right. So let's get into it. Don't say I don't do nothing for y'all. All right. So, whoops. So the first one is, take the caps lock off. DVA. Okay. Let's see what DVA is doing. Come back here. There we go. Oh, okay. So it wasn't DVAX. It was DVA. Let's see how they've been doing. Past 3 months. Wow. Okay. They've dropped. They're dropping. Okay. So, okay. So they took off. It looks like they started taking off on December 31st. And then, you know, they just up and up and up and up and up and up. And then they shot up February 13th. But damn, then they just crashed the next day. They crashed Friday. What the hell? What happened? What happened? We've been watching Trump talk about, you know, talk about business and everything, but shit. Okay. Let's see. That's two. Okay. U.S. stocks, Wall Street ends mixed. Nvidia lists NASDAQ. Right. Because I know Nvidia, people have been talking about Nvidia. But this isn't Nvidia. Let's see what the fuck. I'm sorry. Snowman text. Let's see what's going on with Nvidia. Let me see. Hold on. I don't want to read the article. I just want to see the stock. Okay, there we go. Nvidia. What is going on with Nvidia? Good Lord. Let's see. 6 months. Let's do 3 months. 3 months. Okay, so they kind of crashed out between the 20th and looks to be the 25th. And then suddenly they had a rise, then they dipped to 113. And then ever since, it looks like the first, they've just been up. Damn, they've been shooting up. Are y'all seeing this? Let me make sure. I'm sorry. Yeah, because I'm looking at the other screen. All right. Wow. They have been shooting up and they're going for $138 a share. Whew. Their highest, let's see what's their highest growth year to date. 153, it looks like. Okay. All right. But that was okay. So it looks like for the past year, they just been growing, just steady growing. Low point, now they're growing. Okay. All right. So add to the watch list. Add to the watch list. Okay. All right. So Nvidia, because I think tomorrow, everything that we look at today, tomorrow, not tonight, but tomorrow, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to shift some funds over and I'm just going to start buying this stock. No point in talking about it if you're not going to do it, right? AMRC. Some of these are already on my save list, but I want to go through them as I wrote them. All right. So AMRC, they are, clean technology integrator, provides a portfolio of efficient energy and renewable energy supply solutions in the United States, blah, 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 blah. So y'all saw that Trump was talking about energy, right? So the last 3 months since what? Sorry, I got my camera in the little screen right here because I hated having it up on the screen. The screen is like, let me see. Let me show you. The screen is like this high. It's out of frame. It's out of frame. So the camera has to go all the way. Oh shoot! The camera got to go all the way up, and so it shoots down. So I didn't want to do that. So, in case y'all was wondering, not that y'all know, but I'm just trying to bring some life and brevity to the show or whatever. All right, but yeah, so camera's blocking the screen. All right, so it's back to it. So ever since the 6th of January, they've been dropping. I wonder why that is. I wonder if it's because of the USA cuts. Because why would you, as a company that the government invested in, right before or right after the election? All right, let me make this clear. These picks right here, Trump had already been elected president. All right, this was back in like early January when I made this list. So I'm trying to figure out why are these stocks why is this stock dropping as well as the other one? Like, what is going on? Like, he wasn't in the seat yet, but y'all bought these stocks for what? All right, so that one is trash. I'm gonna leave AMRC alone. Let's go to ACM. Is that right? Yeah, ACM. Oh, here we go. All right, ACM. Anytime. I mean, not like we got all day screen. What is going on here? I need to do it again. Let's see. The hell? Trust me, I'm just as stumped as you are. Oh, here we go. All right, ACM. No, let me go somewhere else first. Come back to here. Stop. Shoot. And okay, let's try it again. ACM. Okay. Yeah, my connection's good. Yeah, connection's good. Wait, all right, hold on. Let me really refresh. Block. Wait, hold on. What in the Christmas hell? What do you mean block? Hold on. Okay. Yeah, I figured I was connected. This is odd. This is the strangest thing. Why am I not getting any internet? Well, why is this page not loading? Anything? All right, let me open a new page. Hold on. Anyway, while I talk about this, I don't know if y'all know, but it was a news conference. They were talking about a lot of the issues that they were having concerning rental cars. Like, rental car companies they're selling off a lot of their cars because nobody's renting cars anymore because of Uber and Lyft. So people just find it easier, quicker, cheaper, less of a hassle than renting a car. So if you're looking for a good used car, yeah, you might be able to get one at the auction. You know what? It's not even letting me in. Ain't that weird? Like, look, I'm getting like the same. Well, I want to show it because it's showing my security code and everything. But yeah, it's like I'm getting the same swirls. Oh well. You know what? What am I doing? What am I doing? Hold on. We don't need Charles Schwab. We've got Google. Okay, so we'll go through Google. How about that? All right. There we go. All right. So ACM stock. Oh no, I need ACM stock. Sorry. Give me the ACM stock. Yeah, okay. Here we go. So let's go 1 month. Wow, let's go 6 months. All right, wait. Can y'all see that? Okay. All right. There we go. All right. So let's see. They shot up around November 15th. Okay, so shortly after the election, they just start shooting up. And then, of course, since November 29th, they've just been on that downhill slope of a roller coaster. And then on February 10th, which is last week, they just plummeted off a cliff. Damn. So they went from $108 a share all the way down to $100 a share. That's a big loss. I mean, they show they're up at a 3.95, but no. I'm sorry, bruh. Ever since February, looks to be February 6th, you guys have no. I mean, you survived the steep decline on February 3rd at 103, and then you got up to that, 3 days later, 108. But then ever since then, but you've been, I would say ever since what, November 29th, you've been on a downhill slope. I would not touch you. I would not touch you, especially looking at your year to date, and November 26th was your highest marker. Let's go max. Oh God, yeah, that was your highest marker. Was December 6th at 113. And that's max. No. Nope, we're not friends. Okay, HBI. So HBI. They're a clothing company? Why the hell would they invest in a clothing company? Good Lord, they fell off they were on a downward slope on January 30th, and then they just fell off a cliff on the 12th. Yeah, like last week, a couple days ago. Damn, they went from 767 a share to 588. Yep. Yeah, you're a no. You're a hell no. Are you kidding me? Okay, let's go TTEK. I know, I apologize for that whole technical situation. I don't know what the hell happened. And that's the last I'll speak of it. Okay, so these people, they're a tech company, American consulting and engineering services firm based in California. They're an engineering consulting company. And I remember saying, like, wow, like they might do pretty good. Let's do 1 month. It's been a month since the fires, and they have just been plummeting. Damn. Let's do 6 months. So November 5th, they were at $50 a share, 50, 52, So 50.52 on October 29th was their highest for 6 months. Then on inauguration day, they shot up. Well, they were 50.35, and then they just started. They plummeted off a cliff the next day. Oh my God! Then they definitely just took a nosedive on the 12th, and they've just been on a downward slope ever since. I mean, damn! Look at this. How you go from 50.35 a share down to $30? Good Lord. Let's go, Max. Damn. Damn, they really shot up at around 2016. And now you're going, man, yeah. Oh, well, T-Tech. You probably got fired. This is probably what these is. These are probably companies that they invested stock in, and then after talking to the people there and realizing that they fell short of what they wanted to accomplish, they probably just lost their contracts. More than likely, they probably lost their government contracts. All right, let's see. A month ago, so for the past month, you've been steady crashing. 6 months. 6 months ago, October 28th. Let's see. Your highest money was, let me take my hand off. $186. That was your highest peak. And then you just bottomed out after November 12th. And you've just been on a downward trend ever since. Ooh, why did they buy stock in y'all? And what do y'all do? You're specializing in intelligence, AI, and digital transformation. Yeah, y'all lost y'all contract. Your lab wasn't advanced enough for what they needed. It makes sense. Okay, GD. Some short call letters. But General Dynamics. Oh my God. Look at their one day. Oh my God. What do they specialize in? Let's see. Is an American publicly traded aerospace and defense corporation headquartered in Western Virginia. Yep. Oh my God. Let me just look at the year to date. No, let's go 6 months. Let's go 6 months. Oh my God. Yep. After you started you got Thanos tossed off a cliff on November 13th. It's just been bleak ever since. Let's go Max. Yeah, okay. Look like you got a government contract right around here on the 12th. Because look how you grew, and then you fell off on April 3rd, 2020. And then for some reason you wound up because it looked like Trump probably got rid of your ass around, damn, that's a snow tax, $2. February 14th, 2020. Yeah, that's probably when he axed your contract, and then you fell off, and then Biden, you resubmitted under Biden and picked up, and you've been like cleaning up ever since. And then ever since Trump's been in office, we'll go 6 months. November, what? Yeah, what did we say? Yeah, November 13th. Like you, ever since you start falling off. You start falling off. SAIC, because he came back. Killed you, didn't it? Yeah, it killed your company. Okay, SID ain't not looking bad for one day. I mean, it's only up, 0.7%. Okay, 6 months. 6 months, November 11th. Yep, they too fell off the cliff after November 11th. Fell off the cliff and died. Good Lord. This is why we look at this stuff. Let's see. Looks like September 20th, 2013 is when they were publicly traded. And they've had a nice little climb. They too fell off a cliff. February 21st of 2020. That was probably COVID. Yeah, that was COVID. So you had COVID, you had loss of contract, because you don't fall off this bad simply because of COVID. You fall off this bad because you got fired. And then seems like after that you kind of recovered, start making a recovery, but it seemed like, yep, ever since November 8th, yeah, you were dead. Nope, you are a no. You're following the same patterns as everybody else. ORCL. Oracle. Okay, your one day doesn't look bad, but good Lord, your after hours, that does not look good. 6 months. Okay. 6 months, not bad. You hit a nice peak there September 16th of last year. And then you did pretty good on November 8th after the election. You was holding your own. You hit a dip December 9th all the way down to January 10th. And then you started climbing back up. Ooh, you shot up from the 17th to the 23rd, but then you fell off a cliff all the way down to the 27th for what? You went from 186 to 158. Good Lord. But you started bouncing back, but you're going down. You're climbing up a little bit. Let's see, Max. Okay. All right. You look like you're on an upward slope. I wouldn't risk it though. Let's see, 5 year. 5 year. I would say keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on it. See how it does in another month. Another month after all of these financial changes and whatnot and contract cuts and everything that Trump has been doing. Give it another month. Check on it. Just give it a month. See how they do. KBR. See if they're still employed. All right. Let's see. What do these guys do? Aerospace defense, industrial and intelligence. Your one day looks horrible. 6 months. Yeah, it looks horrible. You too fell off. All these companies falling off around, let's see, November 11th. If it's not November 11th, it's like this past week. It's not around this date. Shortly after inauguration. It's like last week. These people look terrible. Okay, let's go Max. Yeah, they're on a downward trend ever since November 15th, it looks like, was their highest. They've been on a downward trend ever since. I mean, they're up plus 30 points. But I'm sorry. Let's see. Let's go. Oh, this is year to date. Well, no, let's go 1 year. Okay. Sorry. Let's go 1 year. Yeah, nope. Nah, you'll never get it back up into the 65 range. You'll never get it back up to the 65 range. These guys are dead. They're dead. Yeah. IBM. Let's see what the old faithful is doing. Wait, let me see if. Okay. Let's see what Old Faithful is doing. You're not doing bad. Okay. Seems like they started skyrocketing after the 27th. Yeah, they've been doing pretty good. Let's see 1 year. Okay. Let's see. Around May 1st, they started an upward climb. Yeah, they started an upward climb. Yeah, they're doing pretty good. They skyrocketed after January 28th at $225 up to their highest point, which is $264. They hit a little dip on the 4th, but then climbed back up around the 7th. And they've been on the upward climb since. Yeah, looks. Hold on, let me see. For 1 month. Yeah, they've been on a steep upward climb since January 29th. They just started shooting up since January 29th. And then they kind of steadied up, which tells me that they got a contract. They got to keep their contract. So they got funding. You know what I'm saying? That's what it tells me. It tells me that the funding came through. The funding came through. Their proposal was submitted and approved under Trump's administration. Okay, so they are definite yes. IBM, go back to IBM at $261 a share. All right, I'll deal with that tomorrow. Yeah, they've definitely been on an upward trend. No wonder I had them circled. Like, out of the ones I had circled, it's just AMRC and IBM. Like, I'm just checking on all the other ones to see why they were left uncircled. But it's interesting, to see how these things are panning out for these companies. All right, so let's see here. Merck and Company, they're a pharmaceutical company. Okay. Woo, based on the findings, I don't know if y'all know, but the findings came out with Pfizer. Pfizer posted the side effects of the COVID vaccination. Yeah, we're going to get into that. I mean, we only got to, you know what? Y'all want to call it a night on the stocks? Since I can't get to my stocks, because the point of it was I want to check it through my stock market company and then check on my stocks. But it looks like I can't do that. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, here. Okay, hold on. I want to make sure. Okay, here we. Let's see. Is this it? Let's see. No. No. Let's see. Is this the full list? Hold on. I want to make sure I get it. Because there's a full list that came out. I want to make sure I get it. Hold on. Making sure I'm reading the right stuff. No, this ain't the right stuff. All right, hold on. Because the stuff just came out. It just came out. Wait. Damn it. Ground news. Okay. Let's go to Old Faithful. All right, ground news. Let's see if they got their hands on it. You say bullish on Pfizer Moderna? Like, what up, Urban? Like, yeah. All right, so hold on. Let's see. Matter of fact, we should check their stock. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Hold on. We go get into it. Let me slow down. I'm all over the place. I know. Oops. There you go. Oh, okay. Let's see here. No. Hold on. The hell? There we go. I'm like, what you mean? My connection is interrupted. Oh no, they're coming to get me. Shut up. Let's see. All right, there we go. Let's see. What's this notification? All right, here we go. Yeah, here we go. This is exactly it. Now I don't know if this is true or not. But as you can see, Pfizer just released its list of side effects of its COVID-19 vaccine. And the list of some side effects of the Pfizer BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine. Blood thrombosis, acute kidney injury, acute flaccid myelitis, positive anti-sperm antibodies, brainstem embolism, brainstem thrombosis, cardiac arrest, which they got in parentheses, what's the faces? Hundreds of cases. Let's see, heart failure, cardiac ventricular thrombosis, cardiogenic shock, central nervous system vesicularis, neonatal death, deep vein thrombosis, brainstem encephalitis, hemorrhage. I was like, that didn't sound right. Hemorrhagic encephalitis, like I just said that, etc. Just thought you'd like to know, because one thing people will never be able to say is, I didn't know. Deep down, you knew. Now, I don't know how true this list is. Okay. But suddenly, after people who had been vaccinated, suddenly there was a rise in all of these cases. You know, people who had been vaccinated. So if Pfizer released this, more than likely it would be them getting ahead of the huge lawsuit that is to come. Do you understand? The huge lawsuit that is to come, that they are, I'm just saying if this is true. I'm not saying it is true. I'm just saying if it is true, how I would handle it. If I'm Pfizer, I'm putting this out because I know that Trump is going to put it out. He already took away his security detail, told him, look, if you want to feel safe, pay for it yourself. You made millions of dollars off of us. You're done. You're cut off. Pay for your own damn security. Like, because why did the Biden administration, not Biden himself, but the Biden administration, after that Lindy Lee interview, why did the Biden administration have you pardon all of those people, pre-pardon the day right before you leave and all of that stuff? You pre-pardoning a lot of people, pre and post. We get your son, but what's up with all these other people? Who are these people? What have they done? What's on their record for you? And I mean, we know the people whose sentences got commuted. You know, you went from death to life in prison. That's fine. But why are these people getting pardons specifically? Who do they know? What are they tied to? And I was like, Trump gonna release the side effects of, of COVID, of the COVID-19 vaccination. Like, you don't rush a vaccine out there like that, knowing damn well that it causes all of these alleged problems. Like, so what's going on? Well, this is what's going on. And then he releases the list because they already know. They already know what the problems are, what it does and what it doesn't do. Be it good or bad, they already know. So Pfizer, of course, doing their studies, like, hey, these side effects, you guys are pushing it. We want this done. All right, Dr. Fauci, you're the government doctor. These are our findings so far. This is the best we could do. So what's up? And he sat up there on TV and approved it. He was the government doctor. Like, I mean, you couldn't even say it came from a lab from China because the administration was so effeminate. They were scared of offending China. I mean, look at what they've been doing with the movies. I mean, they claim they're not racist, but yet the big Star Wars movie with Finn, I mean, you practically shrunk him off the poster for China. And then in the movie, the character went from being like, he was supposed to have been a Jedi, supposed to have been a black Jedi that just, you know, grew up, you know, the slave child of a stormtrooper. And instead, you turned him into this typical step and fetch it character that's cowardly, scared, always sweaty, bugging eyes, lusting after the white girl who's strong and independent. And I mean, she's practically asexual and does everything. This is these self-insert movies talking about you ain't racist. Ooh, that Democratic Party, I swear to God. Anyway, they lied to us for years. If this is the case, they lied to us for years. And I didn't get that damn shot. The hell with that. No. Even when I caught it, they gave me medicinal fentanyl to bring down my temperature, to calm down my heart rate and everything. They gave me medicinal fentanyl in the ambulance because my blood pressure is like 200 something. Like, I was laid out on my living room floor. I woke up that morning, I felt like I was drunk. Like, I'm like, what the hell? Like, what the hell is going on? Like, I could barely stand up. So naturally, I called 911. They come. I was able to unlock the door, but I was laid out on the floor just waiting on them. So they strapped me to the gurney, gave me the medicinal fentanyl in the ambulance. And, you know, because I remember they took my blood pressure, like, wow, he's at 200 over something. I was like, what? I'm like, is that normal? They like, hell no. Then when I got to the hospital, they was like, oh, well, you have COVID. So then I went home. I sat up there. I was laid up for like 2 weeks. Like, they gave me some pills. I was laid up for 2 weeks. Oh my God, but I'd be damned if I was gonna get that shot. Nope. I wasn't doing it. You people sit here, you say don't trust the government. Yeah, don't trust the government. Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah. After that, that's how I discovered that I had high blood pressure. That was the side effect. Yeah, fucked up. Yeah, weakened my heart. But I've been doing, like, I got a weighted vest, a 30-pound weighted vest and everything. You know, like, and I walk around the football field. They redid the field up the street from my house. It's in walking distance, but I drive. I ain't doing all that walking. Not with a 30-pound vest on. Like, you ain't gonna mess around, have me dead on this hat walk somewhere. Overstimulate myself. But no, like, I'll go to the football field. You know what I'm saying? Me and a homeboy, whose event I went to today, Jamal, and we'll walk around that track 25 times. 25 times, that's, you know how they say that 10,000 steps? That 10,000 steps is it's like 5 miles. It's 5 miles. So we'll do that. We'll do 25 revolutions around that field, 10,000 steps, and then boom, go about our day. You know, even on days he don't make it, I do that by myself. You know, listening to me, sending me videos and stuff. I'm like, All right, watch this. Like, all right, watch this. Like, I watched this 10 minutes ago. Yeah, that's why I be giving y'all them quick replies, and y'all be, because I don't want to keep saying, well, I already watched this. Like, so I just give you my opinion on it real quick because I've already seen it. I don't want to, you and Mosh, y'all do that. And I don't want to be like, like I'm trying to crush y'all feelings or nothing. Like, y'all my homies. So I'll make a quick reply. That's why I reply so quick. It's not me brushing it off because of title. It's because I've already seen it. So, well, this is my opinion on it. But some of them I don't. Some of them I wait. But for the most part, that be it. At any rate, yeah. So, yeah, and that strengthened my heart. It's got my blood pressure down tremendously. Of course, it helps being healthy, not drinking, alcohol or beer or whatnot, just chilling out. You know what I'm saying? It's great stress relief. Ooh, great stress relief. Shoot. And I bought them sweatsuits, like the tinfoil on the inside of the sleeves and the pants, and like just a layered sweatsuit. Like, man, whoo, I wear that sweat. Look, the one with the tinfoil inside, I wear that sucker like my fingertips be like fountains. Like, I be sweating like water. And I'm not a sweater. I've never been the type to sweat. But now I sweat because of COVID. Shit. But man, I be losing that water weight. I have to drink that water. I gotta drink that water to stay hydrated, or else I'll been passed out. With that vest on. But it helps. It helps. Your health is very important. You get up once you get, especially past 40, because your metabolism slows down. You can't eat what you want no more and drink what you want no more. You're not burning calories like that no more. We laugh at, these chicks who was like beautiful back in their 20s and 30s or whatnot, and now here they are in their 50s and 60s, sometimes 40s, and they just look a hot mess. Like you say, they hit the wall. Like, yeah, as men, sometimes you hit the wall too. That's why they say hit the gym. Stay in shape. You run around here looking like you 6 months pregnant, talking about how you can't get no chicks. These chicks, they just want you for your money. Like, dude, they don't even want you for the sex. Like, I mean, you talk about how Ray Pookie and Thuggo and all of them, how they able to, why they get laid, but I ain't. That's the real undercover part of it. And it's like, well, it's because you're aiming for the wrong type of women. Like, you're aiming for street trash. Like, you need to up your standards of women. Like, you can still do the same thing. You just need to up your standards in women. That's all. And make sure you're up to the standards of the type of guy that they would talk to. Any chick in a business suit that would talk to a guy dressed in just this stuff right here, like, not a woman of high standard. The fuck? I mean, how many stories are out there where, the real estate agent or the investment banker or, the 9-to-5, whatever 9-to-5 or semi-professional job that she had where, okay, yeah, like she doing her thing. She making some money without braiding hair and doing lashes, like legitimate business. Do you hear about being taken out at the hands of, the Fel Antonio or his rival? Like, come on. You want to up your standards, you got to up your standards. Hence getting in the gym. Getting in the gym. Getting your money right, because dating is expensive. Read some books. Learn, at least be able to talk politics. Be able to have a conversation. You know, those type of chicks, they're stimulated. I'm being serious. Those type of chicks are interested in intellectual stimulation. The whole wine and cheese crowd, trust me, I know. The wine and cheese crowd, because that was my crowd. That was my crowd. But the wine and cheese chicks, they were all about debate and conversation. They wanted you to stimulate their mind, pique their interest. Even if you're arguing, yet they argue, they flirt with how they argue. It doesn't become a yelling, screaming match. It becomes a battle of wits. You know, it becomes a battle of wits for them. And not in a derogatory way where they're insulting you. They're just going back and forth with your talking point. And hopefully she can maintain that without losing herself. Because as long as you hold fast in your position without losing your cool and be smug about it, that's really the whole point. You have to be smug about it. Either smug or be it smooth or rough without being nasty. You know, getting into insults or whatnot. Man, please. Please. Good times. Anyway, so getting back to the Pfizer thing. Yeah, I know I got off track. Okay, we're done with that. Getting back to the Pfizer thing. When the lawsuits come in, if these findings are real, people are going to sue. And Pfizer, their defense is going to be, hey, look, blame it on Dr. Fauci because we told him our findings. We're just a drug company. This is their defense. This will be their defense. We're just a drug company. We gave them our findings to this COVID. This is our COVID-19 virus. Do with it what you will. So Dr. Fauci went to the Biden administration and said, well, this is what we got. And they greenlit it. But they cut out all of these main side effects. And the funny thing about it is that you know these side effects are potentially true simply based on the drug commercials you see on TV. Tell me that, look, now that I'm going to mention it, you're going to catch it. You know, this is what being conscious is all about. Now that I'm going to tell you, you're going to catch it. They spend 30 seconds telling you all of the positive things about the drug. And then they spend the next minute 30 telling you all of the negative side effects. Because the FDA doesn't have to approve of your drug for it to hit the market. Like you can now sell your drug on the market without FDA approval by listing the side effects of the drug and letting people make the choice of whether this is what they want to take or not. May cause anal leakage. If you're pregnant, your baby will come out with 12 eyes. I mean, they say all types of negative side effects, but they're portraying the people in the commercial all happy and walking the dog with their chiffon sweater around their neck. I mean, Pfizer, Dr. Fauci, through Pfizer's foundings, did not mention any of this. The government approved doctor. This is what the Biden administration approved as the COVID-19. But yes, it fights COVID-19. And then people who all got the shot, a lot of them had a rise in all of these illnesses listed below on the screen. Didn't happen to anybody else. And they were forcing people to take these shots. You was a government employee. Do understand one of the first things Trump did? I mean, it'll be a month in 2 hours that he's been in office. He reinstated all of the military members and government employees who was fired, but mainly military members. He made it a point who were fired or relieved of duty because they refused to take the shot. He reinstated them with full pay, back pay, full benefits. Like, because there was no way in hell that should have been allowed. That's not a government. That's a dictatorship. That's BS. Are you kidding me? You took away people's right of choice. And if these side effects are true, you hid the truth from the people. But you want to call Trump the Nazi dictator. Are you kidding me? Are you people taking your own drugs? You made a lot of money, didn't you? You made a lot of money, didn't you? Yeah. Let's take a look. You made a lot of freaking money, didn't you? Oh, yeah. We're going to take a look. We're going to take a look. No, looks like you took a hit. Let's go 5 years. So, let's see your highest in 5 years. Let's see. Wait, where are we starting? February 14th of 2020. Okay. So, right around, let's see, August 2013. It looks like, okay. It looks like around July 9th of, okay, let's see here. Let's go around COVID. Okay, here we go. All right. So actually March 20th, you had an uptick. Then you had a downtick. And this is COVID year. So then you had an upshoot. Ooh, you skyrocketed from the October 30th of 2020 up until what? December 11th. $41 a share. So it looks like somebody dumped a lot of money into their stock on October 30th of 2020. And then it peaked on December 11th. And then, of course, it started, it fell. And then around February 19th or February 26th of 2021, you just started climbing right up that ladder, didn't you? Look at that. Look at how you shot up from the 9th to August 20th of 2021. And then you had a dip, and then you shot up again on October 15th of 21 to December 17th of 2021 at $59.48 a share. That's been your highest in 5 years. Let's go, Max. Wow. So, I know that didn't say November 5th. December 17th of 2021 is when you hit your peak at $59.48 a share. And you have been tanking ever since December 3rd of 22 because we was over COVID. COVID was done. So the shot just stopped selling. And then, of course, around April 5th, 2024, you went up all the way up to July 26th to a max 30.77. And then you started tanking ever since August 23rd, it looks like. October 9th. Ever since October 9th of 2024, it's like rats off a sinking ship. Look at that. All the way down to you bottom out to like $24 a share on November 18th, shortly after the election. November 13th is when you fell off the cliff for sure. Let's see, where did you, November 5th? Okay, yeah, you were already on the downhill trend. You're already taking the road straight to hell. And you've been struggling ever since. And now you're definitely crashing out. That's just amazing. That can't be the real stock. That can't be the real stock. That don't make any sense, like at all. Yeah, but that's them though. American Multinational Pharmaceutical and Biotechnology Corporation, headquartered at the Spiral in Manhattan, New York City. That's them. Albert Bourla, yeah, that's them. Wow. It's like what the hell, man? What the hell? Like this is where you at? Like, you seriously, how did people make billions of dollars when your highest was like $53 a share? How did they make all of this money? I mean, I get it. We know what you paid Bernie. We know what you paid Elizabeth Warren and a few other people. You know, you coughed up, looks like you coughed up about somewhere about $10 to $20 million for them to push your product, to push the COVID-19 vaccination. Get it done. Or maybe you didn't pay them, but maybe that's what they made. Maybe that's what they made you give them. Yeah, that's what you make them give them for, you know, you talking about them. Pretty much what Bernie Sanders calls a campaign contribution. Hello? Arguing to JFK about some dadgone onesies. And it's like, dude, like, that's why, Lewis, I needed you to watch. Let's watch that clip. We're going to watch the clip. Hold on. Remember, I was telling you, I was like, man, you need to watch that clip. Hold on. We're going to watch that clip. Here we go. Okay.
And Mr. Kennedy have asked some of the right questions. Problem is, their answers will only make a bad situation worse. So let me ask Mr. Kennedy again. If we want to make America healthy, will you assure the American people that you will fight to do what every other major country on earth does, guarantee health care to every single American?
I'm going to make America healthier than other countries in the world right now.
Will you guarantee do what every other major country does? That's a simple question.
And by the way, Bernie, the problem of corruption is not just in the federal agencies, it's in Congress too. Almost all the members of this panel are accepting, including yourself, are accepting millions of dollars from the pharmaceutical industry.
Oh, no,
protecting their interests.
Oh, I thought that would, no. I ran for president like you. I got millions and millions of contributions.
Yes,
they did not come from the executives, not one nickel of PAC money from the pharmaceutical industry. They came from workers.
2020. In 2020, you were the single largest
because I had
pharmaceutical
contributions from workers all over this country. Workers,
not
a nickel from corporate tax.
You were the single largest acceptor of pharmaceutical dollars.
No, from workers in
1.5 million.
Yeah, out of 200 million. All right, but you have not answered last question.
Oh, he nailed you.
Mr.
How the
Chairman,
heck
we're
do we
3
make
minutes.
Ask you a
America,
question.
how do we
We're-
make
he is-
America
his-
healthy if you don't
Okay,
guarantee
Chairman,
health
we're
to
literally
people?
3 minutes over here now.
Well, so are other
How long
people.
does it keep going? At some time, you're just battering the witness,
Not
Bernie.
battering the witnesses. I'm
Yes,
trying
you
to get
are.
an
And
answer.
you're getting upset at him. You're going at him just like anybody else would.
Because they know you right. They know he right. Like, dude, like
Personally welcome you and look forward to
arguing with me about me selling some onesies or profiting off of some onesies. It's like, dude, I probably, if I was making any profit off of them onesies, it'd probably be like money I find under the family couch. I mean, I'm a Kennedy, damn it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Money is not a problem. Even my personal man, we got family money. I will never have to worry about needing campaign contributions, quote unquote, donations, quote unquote, in order to make a dollar. Like, get the hell out of here. You, on the other hand, what, bruh, without Pfizer, would you have those 4 houses you have? People are eating him alive on his Twitter. Oh. Like Elon said, you have people making tens of millions of dollars. They have tens of millions of dollars in their bank account. And they only make a couple $100,000 a year as a government employee. A lot of those people are paid by Pfizer. And I'm like, well, where's Pfizer getting the money if their stock is like at its highest, like $55? But if you notice, it's like maybe $1 million here, $1 million there, whatever. Like, it looked like they spread out like $50 million like over Congress. And some people getting the biggest cut of the pie because, you know, they're the boss. You know, 10% for the big guy. They're the boss. Everybody else eat what's left. I'm telling you now, it's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be a political bloodbath. People going to jail. People going to jail. People are, I mean, like I said, Nancy Pelosi already fled the country. She fled the country in June. She fled the country in June. She went over to England in June, early June, like shortly before Trump sat down in that seat. Early January, excuse me. In early January, she fled, I think around the 16th or something like that. Somewhere up in that weekend, that week, she was in the UK and England. They reported that she had a mysterious accident, and then the next day, they reported that she was getting hip surgery. And she would be out of the country for months because she got to heal. She can't travel. You had a few other people, so you had a few celebrities. They fled. They fled the country. You know, like what's her name? The lesbian chick, Ellen. She fled the country. Now, why would Ellen flee the country? I mean, you already lost your talk show. You know what I'm saying? Because come to find out, you were abusive to the staff. Like, you were not anything as you presented yourself on TV. So you're abusive to your staff. It cost you your show. And then suddenly now Trump takes office. And everybody that's in the know, which is why you got all of these last minute pardons, all these pardons right before Trump sat down in that seat, officially sat down in that seat. Because you already knew that the jig was up, which is why his son, Barron, he went to Biden when they were at the inauguration. He went and shook Biden's hand and he said, it's on. And Biden was looking at this kid like, what the hell is he talking about? Yeah, you know, his face now makes sense because Lindy Lee had already told us You know, this dude was like 10 to 4. He would get up, he would watch Morning Joe, you know, we'd have him sign a bunch of papers, and then by 4 o'clock, he was off to bed. He was off to the presidential, you know, chambers. So it was, you know, the interns and whatnot, his staffers that were running the show. The one guy, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, it took him forever. It was like pulling teeth having to sit down with the president one-on-one. And then finally he was able to do it. I mean, he's the Speaker of the House. He must speak with the president. You know, he's the liaison. What do you want me to tell the public? I'm tired of talking to staffers. I need to hear it from you. What's up? What's going on here? Stuff ain't making sense. All this stuff y'all got me speaking on, all this stuff coming through the house, this stuff sounds crazy. Is this really what you're talking about? So we said when he sat down with him, like all the staffers were in the room as if to kind of guide Joe or whatnot and everything, you know, to speak for him. But Joe was like, hey, can you give me and the speaker a minute? Clear the room. So they left. Because, I mean, he is the president, and there are days where he has his moments of clarity, okay? He's not completely gone. You know, give me an update on what's going on. What do I need to sign? Okay, how's this going? How's that going? You know, and he just go by whatever they tell him because he's asking them questions off of Morning Joe. You know, what's the name? And Joe and Minka Brzezinski, the Mary team. Why do you think they went down to Mar-a-Lago? I mean, the puzzle pieces are coming together now. You know, this is the beauty of being off script. The puzzle pieces come together now. Shortly after Trump was elected president, they went down to Mar-a-Lago to see him personally because they had been talking all that mess about him. I mean, it was pathetic. They led off the morning with, you know, anti-Trump news. And people ate that stuff up. They ate that stuff up. Nothing but
You're CNN, you're fake news, you have an agenda.
you already knew. And they were leading off the mornings with that crap. Got Joe Biden sitting up there having one of those moments that Lindy Lee was like, well, you know, he would say things that, you know, he shouldn't say, like, you know, the Asians are very xenophobic. No, the Japanese are, either way, said that they were all xenophobic, which they are. He didn't lie, but that was his true feelings. But he said that, I mean, with her around, he shouldn't be saying that around anybody except maybe his chief of staff, you know, at the lowest level. You know, that's supposed to be your most trusted confidant next to your wife. So when he put that Trump hat on, and then he said that Trump supporters were all garbage or whatnot. When he put the Trump hat on, that was him having a Joe Senior moment. You know, he put the hat on. And then him calling Trump supporters pieces of garbage, that was also a Joe moment because he's listening to the news. And the people are eating that stuff up. He's watching the news. And his staffers are telling him, yes, you're polling great. You're pissing off the racists. You know, this is like, well, was Joe like intentionally sabotaging Kamala's campaign? Or did he seriously think he was helping? Because he's watching Morning Joe and his staffers are backing up everything that Morning Joe is saying because they're the ones that are feeding Morning Joe their talking points, and then it just trickles all the way down through CNN and, you know, Politico and all of these other news channels that we call mainstream that they were paying. So the press, they were compromised. The press was highly compromised through the White House. I mean, they was actually calling opinions that didn't match theirs as misinformation. I mean, this is what J.D. Vance was overseas talking about. Like, dude, you're locking people up for, you know, speaking out against feminism, or the grape gangs running around your city that you're turning a blind eye to, saying, well, you know, this is just part of their culture. As if this is their land. Like we're the ones that aren't with, we're the subculture, not them, us. You're throwing us in jail for speaking out against this. And then when the vice president comes over here and tell you, hey, look, man, we need to tighten our belts. You see what we're doing over in America? Y'all need to get with the program. Stop letting outside forces dictate your politics to where you're going against your own people. You're destroying your nation. Can't you figure that out? Like, you do understand that eventually, I mean, you already have squashed many riots. It started with protesters in the streets talking about just stop oil, running around throwing orange paint and stuff on monuments and everything, and, you know, ruining events with this garbage. And then they're blocking the streets, and if we do something to them, you want to criminally prosecute us. Us, the working people who are trying to get somewhere and don't give a damn about this stuff. I mean, you do understand that what they're doing is detrimental to their cause, right? You want to protest? Fine. Go file a motion to the courts. File a motion to the courts. Fight it in court. Fight it in court. That's the only way to get stuff done. You got to fight it in court, because burning down stuff does nothing for you, because normally they make sure you burn down your stuff. You get cornered off and corralled. You want to tear up downtown? Fine. Fine. We'll get you on destruction of property. That's what you saw happening in New York. In the video this morning of them locking up the people in New York protesting about illegal immigration. Yeah, they was locking folks up because they're in the middle of the street. You causing a disturbance. You're disturbing the peace. Get in the wagon. They're done letting that stuff happen. They're not going to let that happen here in the United States, but they let it happen over there. And all it does is just destroy their society socially. It does not accomplish its goal. Well, actually, it does accomplish its ulterior goal, because look who funds them. You know, come to find out, they're one of their biggest funders is a lady whose family owns an oil company, and they're like, well, she's a leftist. Like, get the hell out of here. Why would she take money out of her own pocket? Trust me, you stalling traffic does wonders for gas stations. In case you didn't know. You out here destroying products that are made by oil, that require oil in their chemical compound. Oh, you're helping them out. You're helping them out. Even the felt on a pool table, they get a percentage of that. You're helping them out. I swear to God, man, people do not understand why you have to fight it in court. Flat out, you have to fight it in court. Just like your baby mama drama, your divorce, whatever. I mean, there are plenty of people though that I know that they're legally married, but they live in separate houses. They've been separated for years. You know what I'm saying? They just never filed the paperwork. Like, for what? Like, we ain't got to do all that. We just never see each other again. But just let whoever know, hey, look, a little get out of jail free card or whatever you want to play it. Like, well, just so you know, I'm married. Like, I've been separated for like 20 years. That's what you would tell somebody that, I'm looking for a steady girlfriend or something like that. Whatever. Or a chick that, you want to let her know, don't expect eggs in the morning. Don't be trying to get serious. However you want to play it. But yeah, oil. You got to fight in court, though. You got to fight in court. I mean, look at how the Democrats are trying to stop Trump. And he said it. It was so funny. He said it. Yeah, I'm tying it back to politics now. Sorry. Sometimes I spider web like that for those of you who are new here. As he said, the Democrats, they got this AID situation and whatnot, this federal employee situation. They're trying to tie it all up in the court because they're trying to cover their tracks. That's why there was a motion filed. The Republicans filed a motion to have the judges who voted against Elon Musk's executive order audit, legal audit of his departments. They voted against it, enough to stall it. So now he got to go to the appellate court. And the appellate court, of course, now the Democrats need to find an appellate judge that will shoot it down. They need to find enough appellate judges. They're going to have to cough up some money, though. Because they had to cough up some money to these judges in order to get them to do that. So they definitely going to have to cough up some money for some appellate judges. Whoever that they get appointed, they're going to have to cough up some dough to see, if they can get them to smack it down. To which Trump will take it to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court, they like, nah, you have to hold your own nuts on this, bro. He's allowed to do it. He's legally, as a matter of fact, Obama originally installed it. The ability to audit. Yeah, Doge. It was something else. Obama created it, he named it something else, and it had a back door to where there was no way in hell, not even an act of Congress, can stop it from happening. The audit. It was named something else, and then Trump named it, he turned it to Doge. And I think Vivek did a great thing in stepping away because he would have made some powerful enemies. But Elon Musk is used to having, powerful enemies. All they give him is bad press, especially after he bought Twitter. Oh my God. Ooh, he made a lot of powerful Democratic enemies when he bought Twitter. That's why he walked in that door the day he completely owned it. He walked through the door of the offices, from the elevator to his office, with the kitchen sink in his arms. He trolled them that hard. The government not the government, but there were members of government that made him go through with it, honor the contract, because he was going to back out of it because they were overselling it. I mean, you want to talk about a crime that Letitia James should have investigated, was what they charged Elon to buy Twitter. And he was like, wait a minute, it ain't worth this much. It was like, no, please buy it. Don't make us sue you to buy it. Please buy it. Trust me, you'll be doing the country a favor. And ever since he bought Twitter, all that wild stuff just disappeared. It was in the media. The media stopped using Twitter as the go-to. They were trying to turn Blue Sky into the go-to, but they couldn't even get along with themselves by themselves. Do you understand? They couldn't even get along amongst themselves. So Blue Sky became nothing. They're in complete media shambles with the press secretary saying that we're opening up media to, this media room, especially to all members of media. So like Joe Rogan and Sean Ryan can get passes if they pass a background check. They could be sitting in those media rooms asking questions. You understand? Them people can be asking questions at the White House. You talk about your podcast like just ballooning because you're an independent contractor. You make money through social media. If there's video of you sitting there up there at the White House, man, get the hell up out of here. That's YouTube gold. That's YouTube gold. And that's what people are shooting for, because they opened the media up. Trump opened the media up for everybody. And after the election, as you see, the Democratic media has been dropping like crazy. It's been dropping like crazy because they stopped being able to afford to inflate the numbers by paying staff to, watch these shows and flood comment sections and post videos and, paying for bots to argue with what you're saying. Like that happens. I mean, it's ridiculous how even still on TikTok, which I understand why they want to shut it down. I mean, Chinese have your information. They can easily get your information, but really it was because TikTok is still left-leaning. Like, I post these news stories straight from Ground News, and somebody will say something against the story, and, they say something stupid that make you want to respond back. But when I check their profiles, it's like they barely have 100 in subscriptions, or maybe 300 subscriptions, maybe like 22 or 100 something subscribers with no content, or maybe about 3 to 6 videos. Those are bots. Those are bots. Those are bots. Sometimes they're so lazy they don't even do a picture. They just be like a login name with no fancy, like Jason Stove or something like that. Those are bots. They're still paying for bots. I mean, that's ridiculous because they're trying to have a media stronghold, and TikTok seems to be it. That's why so many people in government went crazy about it. But I understand for the average person, like you have a lot of people, particularly women, that make a clean living on TikTok, like a clean living. All right. They make a lot of money. They make a lot of money on TikTok. And of course, you got the girls that do the singing and all of that stuff. Then you got the glam girls and all of this stuff. I mean, you can tell just by scrolling through it, whose content is doing what, like what group they belong in. You just trying to see like, well, who's talking politics? Who's talking this stuff? And then occasionally you find the videos in between those videos, and then of course you get the live chats, where people have like the little boxes like right here, where they're having conversation, but the conversation just is so whack. It's not doing any good. It's not doing any good. The good thing that it does do is it helps my subscription count, because there are a lot of people, they agree with what I'm posting and then they'll subscribe. That's how you make money on TikTok. You know, you can make money as a guy doing the news stuff or whatever. But you ain't got to do all the crazy stuff. But whatever floats your boat. Yeah, people are upset with that. Like, it's whatever. Yeah, so left wing media, he destroyed it when he did that, when he gave that order to open up the media. And now that he's going through Doge, you really see them falling off. I mean, it was so funny that they announced that Politico was receiving money from Doge. Like, I think they announced that like on a Thursday, and then on Friday, or was it? No, it was a Wednesday. They announced it on a Wednesday. So they let you know that's when they stopped it. Payments normally go out on a Thursday. Payment normally goes, Wednesday, 12 midnight or whatever, Thursday, 12 in the morning or whatever. Payments hit payroll on Thursday, and then payroll cuts the check, and then everybody gets their check or a deposit on Friday. Nobody got their check on Friday from Politico, and they tried to blame it on a technical issue. No, Doge is not. No, USA isn't the reason why we are in business. They just help us. We got the money. We're a real news organization. Well, how come you couldn't make payroll without USA money? They stopped payroll on Wednesday. They announced it. So why can't you pay your staff? Where were the funds coming from? That's the same thing with them stocks we were looking at. They cut off the money. They cut off the money. Your contract's terminated. Everything coincides. U.S. Steel. We need to look into that. Look into that. Yeah, but the Democrats, they're running scared. They're running scared. Maxine Waters is getting confronted in the street. To the point of violence. Same thing with AOC. She got before all of this whole Tom Homan situation happened. Somebody was at the state house or whatnot questioning her about some goofy stuff she said, because she says so much goofy stuff you lose track. And her security guy, whatever, got physical with the guy, and she was like, "You're stalking and harassing me." Like, no, he's media. He's media. He's allowed to ask you questions. Plus, he's a taxpayer. Somebody you claim to represent. He's asking you what's up. He's not stalking or harassing you. It's not like he's asking you for an autograph or or on a date or something like that. Like, he's asking you a legitimate question about something you said. He's a taxpayer. Answer the man's question. He's not stalking and harassing you. Yeah, you finally get put on the spot. And come to find out, earlier I was saying that if all she's saying is, that the people don't have to answer questions, that's fine. All she's doing is making ICE's job easier. In the guise of helping, which is weird. But then again, there's that protest. There's that protest, the logic of protesting. But apparently she went deeper than that. Apparently she was handing out anti-ICE paraphernalia, like flyers and stuff. Like, this chick was like openly in violation of United States code when it comes to immigration. illegal immigration. Like she was literally handing out flyers on how illegal immigrants can avoid, detection from ICE. Like, how to hide and all of this stuff. I mean, it was like crazy stuff. I'm like, this is why Tom Homan was like, yo, she needs to be investigated. It was deeper than, the Fifth Amendment. Like, she was literally out in the street handing out anti-ICE paraphernalia. Like, girl, you are not a freedom fighter. You are not a freedom fighter. What are you doing? What are you doing? You will not go down as an Angela Davis. Are you kidding me? Is that who it is? Who's the chick that went to Cuba? Help me out. I'm tired. Like, you're not going down as Coretta Scott King or anything like that. You will not be, you're Joan of Arc, the Joan of Arc of this generation. You say and do too much stupid stuff. I mean, the memes about you are all centered around your intelligence. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. Oh, okay. I thought I had it on here. RICO is not a crime. It is a category. Girl, we understand that there are categories of RICO, but when they all come together, that's RICO. When they got the 4-leaf clover of charges on you, that's RICO. That's why they call it RICO. Like, you idiot. It's not a category of crime. Unless you're trying to say in the grand scope of crime. What are you saying? At either rate, they committed the crime they committed the specific crime of RICO. They committed the categorical crime of RICO. How about that? Do you feel better now? Since you want to be super technical, thinking that you doing something, Miss Thing? Like, oh my God. Sit down somewhere. Miss tens of millions of dollars in her bank account. You were so making it so worse for yourself. That's why I'm surprised that a lot of these Democrats, people in office that know that they got all of these kickbacks. I mean, like dude said, like we were throwing gold bars off the Titanic. Like, did you really think that knowing that now that you know that there's going to be an audit and you're trying to stall it because you're trying to cover up your tracks? Like, you do understand all this stuff is digital, right? Oh my God, I hope you didn't literally steal gold bars. Like, oh my God, they hang you for that. Ooh, they hang you for that. You'll be in the deepest, darkest hole. Ooh. You physically, I understand you digitally stealing from the U.S. Treasury, but to physically, ooh. They hang you for that. These people are not playing. They're not playing. Barron Trump told them, he was like, it's on. It's on. When your staffers ask him, what did he say to you? And him quizzically, like, he said it's on. What's he talking about? He's talking about this. Yeah, we know the inauguration is on. Joe had no idea what the hell that kid was talking about. I guarantee you, all he knew was that it was some kid from Pennsylvania who had a mixture of Democratic and Republican voting choices or whatever, climbed up on the roof and took a shot at the president. Well, the former president, but missed. And that was the end of it. I mean, like, normally there's like manifestos lead, whole backgrounds. I mean, Somebody tried to assassinate a former president on the campaign trail and missed. I mean, we know more about Dylan Roof than we knew about this guy. It was so vague, it was almost like JFK magic bullet laying on the gurney next to his body. Yeah, the magic bullet. Like they said, hey, we looked at the Kennedy files. We can tell you this, there were 2 shooters. We can 100% tell you there were 2 shooters. The FBI confiscated 3 out of 4 films. Now that the 50 years is up, because they figure everybody that could be prosecuted for that is like dead and gone or too old and senile to prosecute. They got away with it. Like, please, in 50 years we'll be dead. What are you, Bob? Like 53? Like, you really think you don't live that long? Like, yeah. Seal it for 50 years. 50 years are up. On a lot of cases. MLK included. Malcolm X included. You know, these are assassinations. These are J. Edgar Hoover files coming back to haunt his legacy yet again. I mean, the cross-dressing, we understand that. Black Dynamite did a good job of pointing that out at the end of his movie. Instead, he used Richard Nixon. But really, it was J. Edgar Hoover that he was making fun of. But, you know, you don't want to risk it. Still got some loyalists out there. You don't want to risk it. So, especially then, it was like 2008. Like, you had some loyalists. But a lot of those guys like retired, but still, you don't want to risk it. Yeah, you know, the whole cross-dressing thing. You know, the mob had pictures of him. That's why he just kept tabs on them. And occasionally they would take down somebody who was just doing way too much. You know, make themselves look good. Obama, Kamala going to jail, and then FBA will be calling them tethers. Yeah, because all that stuff, they're gonna find out, like he said, tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars. You know, you got some real mob bosses in the Democratic Party, you know. You got some real mob bosses in the Democratic Party. Like Cindy Lee says, like, it was Obama's 3rd term because it was all of his loyalists that just stayed on. You know, like, it was like you had the Trump administration with the Democratic Party just sabotaging from within. And then COVID did him no favors. But he was already making headway. I knew a lot of brothers that said they made a lot of money under Trump. So when Joe, as they said, won the presidency or whatever, like, they didn't rig it, but, you know, they definitely made sure he won. Okay, whatever. All of those Obama loyalists came back to work. And they were activists with agendas and everything. And they just, I mean, defund the police. You know, men can go into women's bathrooms, restrooms, locker rooms, playing their sports. I mean, they got so bad they were transitioning teenagers. I mean, it's a goddamn shame what happens to black children in Hollywood circles. Charlize Theron's kids, Wayne Wade's son. I mean, no telling how long they've been doing this. No telling how long they've been doing this. But Yeah, like I said, Ellen fled to England. Like, well, Ellen, what were you up to behind the scenes? Were you running some type of ring or something? What's up? Why did you bounce? Why did you leave the country? Of all the people that say they were going to leave the country, you definitely packed your shit and left. Snowman tax intentional. You definitely packed up and left. Like almost immediately. Like you left your stuff behind. Yeah, I'll have the movers move it. They'll pack it up later. We'll have it shipped. Yeah, I'm going to be in a bungalow looking for houses. You know, I mean, he was like on that type of time. In England, there's no better. Like, but England is a haven for that. They're going the same route. So, with them having power and prestige because of American media, you know, they figure they can pick up where they left off, or at least hide out, still be a celebrity, you know, but pretty much kind of hide out, you know, without losing the comfort of, you know, having people fawn over you. It's ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. These people getting rats on the sinking ship. Yeah, Jasmine Crockett, I'll tell you, look, when it comes to race pimps, everybody that be banging on the table the loudest with, you know, an authentic Gucci purse and red bottom shoes and, you know, driving a luxury car. Living in an apartment or a house that's 10 times more their salary. Somehow they, again, here you go. You're a government employee. Your salary is only a couple $100,000 a year, but yet somehow you have tens of millions of dollars in your bank account. But you're sitting up here on TV, all on CNN and all up in Congress, talking about some racist and white supremacy. Like that seems to be like your only talking point. Is that going to be your defense when we find out that you're taking kickback? I mean, trust me, we already know this was why you froze Doge, because they were finding the money. Because it's digital. You're taking digital currency. You're transferring credits into your bank account. Understand, that's all it is. You're just transferring credits. We just call it money into your bank account. But there's a trail for that, a digital trail for that. You're trying to find a way to wipe that out, but you need to understand that the only way to do that is that you have to erase it from from Dodge's systems. Do you understand? You have to erase it from Dodge's systems, not just yours. You can try to have your bank erase all trails of it all you want to. It's number one, it's still there. The only thing you're having them erase is where you got it from, but the money is still there. Meanwhile, Dodge, no matter what you do, as soon as they reactivate it, they're going to go back to see who was receiving what. That includes your cut. That includes your cut. Why else would he say, yeah, we come through this stuff and you'd be surprised, tens of millions of dollars in their bank account. Like, I mean, why else would they stop it? Hello, doomsday clock. We need to get it down to $1 trillion by 26. Why would you stop that unless what I'm saying is true? Like so many of you are going to jail. Ooh, So many of you are going to be brought up on so many charges. Why would you make it worse for yourself? Why would you try to cover your tracks? You know, I really do hope that these guys, that him and JD Vance, will be able to finish out their term. Because, I mean, they already took a shot at it once. You understand? I'm not saying they will. I'm not inciting violence, but I'm just saying, I mean, like I posted, there's a meme going around. I posted a meme where Abraham Lincoln is saying, I haven't seen the Democrats this mad since I freed the slaves. I mean, they're panicking. They're panicking. In all honesty, I mean, they need to make sure they beef up their security. They need to beef up their security. I'm pretty sure they got, after that first attempt, I guarantee you Trump is not playing around with security. That's why they was like, you came to the Super Bowl, it cost $1 million. And there was a lady, like, she made a video, she had like been to 7 Super Bowls. And she was like, number one, I've never seen it this quiet around here, you know, which is a state of the economy. And two, she said the security here is ridiculous. I think even Miss Wig go left, head go right. Where that hair go, I guess it took a flight. Old girl was saying that, you know, security was tight. Like security was tight. Like they was not messing around with security at the Super Bowl. Like the Secret Service was on it. They was on it. And he about to go to NASCAR. I believe. I saw a report. He's about to go to NASCAR. So you know security gonna be tight. Gonna be extra tight. Extra tight. Ain't gonna be no pointing the gun at the suspect and then waiting for the suspect to shoot first before you take the shot. Ain't gonna be no more of that. And just think Monday will be his first month in. He hasn't even addressed that yet. And I'm telling you right now, the keyest point, understand he got his prosecution team ready to go. Who was the guy head of state? Who's the guy that's the head of state? Help me out. He's the one that's going to be the one to do the investigations of all of these Democratic leaders. Because I remember Trump telling Kash Patel, I want to start investigating these Democratic leaders. That's your main mandate, your number one mandate. So you're looking at the head of state running an audit on all of these states. You understand? He's going to run an audit on all of these states. And if he finds any impropriety, because if he finds any impropriety, he's going to turn the evidence over to Pam Bondi. Same thing that Elon Musk is going to do. Trump is deciding whether or not payments go through or not on all these projects, and where did the money go? This is ridiculous. Find out why we're paying $10 million for Guatemalan sex changes. Please find out why we're doing that. This is ridiculous. Somebody needs to justify this to me. I need to know where the money went. I better see like tens of millions of surgically trans people running around Guatemala. I know that much. At any rate, it's going to lead right back to them. And Trump is going to tell him with a mandate, if you find this through your audits, just turn all the evidence. You have permission to turn all this evidence over to Pam Bondi. You have full permission to turn this over to Pam Bondi. If you find out that this money is being kicked back to people in Washington or wherever, even if it's abroad, that's what Tulsi Gabbard is for. She for handling things abroad. You know, like Zelensky, for instance. What did you do with the money? Show me your books. That's what she's for. All of that goes through Pam Bondi. But they can't do it without Kash Patel, because he's going to be the lead investigator, doing the investigating into all of these people. Do whatever Pam Bondi says. I need you to investigate this. So when they talking about 20,000 agents are leaving the FBI, they're like, good, get out. Get out. Get out. That's why Trump wanted to investigate the 5,000 members that worked on the January 6th convictions, because there was like literal video evidence of them lying that was released to the public, how they were getting false confession and whatnot. They were lying. People that they were convicted of stuff, like they had no evidence of it. They were lying. They doctored everything. I mean, some of them people got life in prison just because, like, you know, how, like when you mash up against the police, yeah, because you touched the shield. They called that assault, life imprisonment. Like, wait, what? Like, I didn't throw nothing. Like, I just got pushed into them because I'm at the top of the crowd. Like, if I fall down, I'm gonna get trampled. And then you're rushing at us with these shields. Like, I'm just caught between a rock and a hard place. What do you mean assault? Life imprisonment. 40 years in prison. What? Like, man, it was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. It was people that just strode through the Capitol that got like 3 years in prison. This is after they decided to just let them in like, what, 3 to 5 years in prison, 10 years in prison, 20 years in prison. Now, those who actually did do some real damage and some real violence was like, yeah, now y'all, let's see, well, okay, some of y'all have been in long enough, and some of y'all, you know, you'll reduce your sentence. That's too excessive. But you're staying right here. Like you got at least another 2 years to go, bro. You know, you got those cases like that, but Nancy Pelosi would have sent the National Guard like he told her. Like, you know, these people are coming up there to protest. You know, protests are getting out of hand. So they have a tendency to do that. I mean, look at, you know, the BLM protests. I mean, they were burning down cities and killing people and stuff and destroying all types of property. Yeah, so you need the National Guard at the Capitol. And she said no. She set him up for failure. And then you had the, what, about 20-something FBI agents in the crowd, antagonizing the crowd. You got footage of them where they arrested one, they took him to the back, but then they uncuffed them and they're high-fiving each other and shit. No man tags. Like, they're high-fiving each other. These guys are on tape agitating the crowd. About 20 of them. You goddamn right. All 5,000 of you that worked on this case, I need to review your files to see where did you fit in this situation. Were there any improprieties in your filings, or your details, your paperwork, and did you get false testimony in court? Yes, all 5,000 of you. Oh, you want to quit? Good, bye. 20,000 of you want to quit? Good, bye. We'll start over. Do you know how many former cops and military servicemen that you put out of work because of defund the police. I mean, for God's sake, we ran a Secret Service commercial during the Super Bowl. It's the most memorable commercial of the Super Bowl, because when have we ever advertised for employment? Ever. A lot of these people have military clearances. You understand? Because they want to take the COVID vaccine. FBI, for those who can't get into it, but want to get back into law enforcement. All these people who retired early and whatnot don't even bother trying to solve murder cases. I mean, what they say, the guy who killed Lincoln Riley had been arrested in the United States 9 times for violent crime. You had a guy, 17 years old. It was his third murder arrest, and Pamela Price let him go because he's not 18. So she gave him a slap on the wrist for his third murder, where he wasn't defending himself. He was just road raging. Shot and killed father, family of 4, because he felt the guy cut him off. The teenagers that ran over the retired police chief, he was out riding his bike. They was in a stolen car. He was their second victim that was riding a bike that they ran over in a car. Except this one killed him. And they filmed it. They had it all over social media. Like this was like the norm. And the kid, the oldest kid, he was 17 when it happened. And he was saying, "Oh, please, I'll be out." He in the back of the police car now. They videotape everything. You know, this is what you wanted. You wanted body cams, right? Well, they also have cams in the back of police cars. You're in the back of a police car, saying that he'll be out within 30 days. You know, this wasn't his first time doing something stupid. They was like, "Dude, like, you killed him." He was like, "So what? I'll be out within 30 days. And of course, because I mean, usually you'll be right, but you killed a former cop and they look out for their own. It's usually when a Democrat who were pro defund the police, you know, voting for policies and everything, it's usually after they become a victim of the violent crime that, you know, you now legislated that you can't you can arrest them for it, but you can't keep them locked up for it because bail was considered racist. I'm kidding you not. Bail was considered racist. So therefore you could get out on the signature bond. They might hold you for an hour. They might hold you for a few days. But you get out on a cashless bail. You'll be lucky if they even grant you a court date. But your name's in the system and you keep piling them up. So now here you are in the back of a police car saying they'll let me out within 30. I'll be back on the street in 30 days. But they told him, "No, we're keeping you. You're not getting bail because you killed a former police captain." Like, you don't understand the gravity of the situation. You nor your friend will be lucky to get bail. His friend was like 16. Like, you know, he was the one filming it. But the actual killer was the 17-year-old. It was like, and your 18th birthday is coming up real soon. Like, you do understand they can bring you up on bail charges And they probably will because you killed one of their own. And again, when these Democrats, when they become victims of violent crime, they turn Republican real quick. The one lady, she was defund the police out there in Minnesota, and she had this pink Cadillac Jeep, 4-door, like the stretch Jeep. She had that hot pink, bubblegum pink Jeep, all on her Twitter feed, just cheesing with this car. And one morning, on her way to taking her kids to school and go off to work, she got carjacked by 4 black teenagers with guns. They cracked her skull open and broke her leg, and they almost pulled off with her children in the car. They did all this in front of her children. She was putting the kids in the car when the kids died. When they carjacked her. Suddenly now she wants them thrown under the jail. And I'm like, no, why don't you invite them over for milk and cookies and tell them what they did was wrong? Explain it to them. I mean, isn't this what you said? They just needed mothering. They just need somebody to understand that they're just trying to feed their starving families. AOC, they might need to steal a loaf of bread, like not understanding that when you steal from the local grocery store and there's no charges, there's no real consequences for theft because you made it illegal for a security guard to physically stop you. I mean, you're even firing security guards for taking down the people's license plate that stole the items that took like an armful of jackets or merchandise or a full cart of groceries right out the store and was like loading it up in their trunk, taking their time while your security guard is powerless to stop them outside of, well, at least let me get their license plate. And he does that and you fire him for that. What is the point of him being there if it's at that point? So when you have theft like that in a continuous basis, even the little, couple bags of stuff or one bag of stuff, whatever, like that eats into the store's profits, and insurance only covers so much loss before, especially like when you damage property. It only covers but so much. The premiums go up, and it's just cheaper to just shut down the store than it is to deal with the cost of business. The grocery store shut down, and then you have these silly protesters who are usually black, some aldermen or whatnot, saying on camera that if they shut down the store, something bad is going to happen. Really? Like what? Like what? What are you proposing you're going to do? I'm sorry, you threatening violence? What are you talking about? How about you tell your people to stop stealing from the store? I mean, they literally telling you that the reason why they're going out of business is because of theft and violence in the store. They can't afford to stay open anymore. Trust me, they know y'all need this grocery store, that this is a food desert. But good Lord, you're not policing the store. You've taken away our power to stop people from stealing from our store, from prosecuting people who steal from the store, because that's how you stop people from stealing from the store. You set an example by sending them to prison or jail, whatever, the county, whatever. They have to suffer the consequences of that. You took away that right. How the hell is the city going to claim taxes from a business that's out of business? You have that going on all around the city to the point where people are converting malls into living spaces. Like literally converting malls into living spaces because the housing prices are so high. so it's cheaper. You have tiny house communities. The houses don't even go for over $100,000. Have communities built, filled with them. Trailer homes are making a comeback. Not trailer park type homes, but like trailer home. They call them single livings. They're just, flat. They don't have wheels. So they're just trailer homes. They take a trailer. They take 2 trailers, trick them out on the inside. Boom, trailer home. Just no wheels. Yeah, those are they're making a killing. Tesla, look, the cars may not be selling because of the economy. And plus you have a lot of Democrats who are punishing Elon by selling their stock in his company. Like it's funny. Truth is so much fiction, but supposed fiction. But there's a meme of Elon looking at all of the government employees he's fired drive away in cars that he made. They're all driving away in Teslas. He just fired their asses. Like, good luck on making those payments. Good luck on making those payments. And how you got that money. That's why they hate them. That's why the stock dipped with Tesla. But trust me, the stock, like Tesla's, I bring this up because Tesla's, their solar panels, yeah, they're selling because people are getting the solar panels for their tiny houses. They're getting the solar panels because it's cheaper. That's what Trump was saying. It was like people out here cutting down trees and stuff to get energy. That's why they're saying, no, there's a conflict of interest. Be like, well, look, you're the one that dropped your stock because you mad because I'm firing you. You're the one that dropped your stock. We can prove that you dropped your stock. We have digital records of you dropping the stock. So, you're already trying to take the company. It's fine. You made a profit off of the company. Look at my stock. Like it's only dropping because you guys are selling it. It's only dropping because you're selling it. Other than that, it was on a steep incline. You're only hurting yourselves, but fine. It's fine with me. It's fine with me. I'll do great with these solar panels. Like I'm moving forward. I'm getting out of the car business because, just like with the rental car business, they're selling off fleets of cars because people are taking Uber and Lyft. Trump is about to cut energy costs by drilling off of the Gulf of America. Like, man, stop. Like, they're gonna stick with they're gonna buy up a bunch of the used cars, gas powered cars, oil powered cars, and they're not gonna buy Teslas. They're gonna be trying to sell those Teslas. A lot of people are gonna be trying to get off from up under those Tesla cars. But that's fine. Everybody's taking a hit. New car companies, that's for what they call the rich or the elite or whatever, people that like a nice car. That's for them. But for the average everyday working person or whatnot, yeah, a nice used car, they straight. You give me one that's reliable. At least with a rental car company, you don't know whether or not they don't have to scrape somebody's brains off the back seat of the car or not. Out of sight, out of mind, but at least that mechanically they try to keep up with the car. You know what I'm saying? You can easily check the Carfax if you need to. Everything's listed. All you need is the VIN number. You can find out for yourself. Be a smart car buyer. But these cars are going for auction, which means they're going for cheap. They're going for cheap. They're going for cheap. Them cars are going to be very sought after once they get to work, like building those oil rigs and whatnot, and firing up those steel mills, because he said he brought steel back, U.S. steel back to America. Talked about this earlier today. I mean, this is money. We talking money. He brought it back. So they're going to dust off and fire up those steel mills. I talked about the one in Cleveland, like how my uncles was pissed when they shut down the steel mill factory because Jimmy Carter outsourced the contract. Like he screwed all of them over. That's why he lost the election to Reagan. Well, one of many, but it started with him, and Bill Clinton just finished it off. You know, another Democrat with NAFTA. Right now, the government cannot sustain itself off of the taxpayers' dollars. Like, you've wasted enough of the taxpayers' dollars. You've stolen taxpayers' dollars via the IRS. Okay, via the IRS, and also through these fraudulent programs that you've created through what appears to be all forms of government. But we know USAID is your biggest fraudulent company, right behind the Board of Education and the U.S. military. And then, of course, we're going to leave the IRS alone, you know. But those of you who know, we know what you did. It's best you quietly retire. But America cannot sustain itself through the taxes brought in through taxpayers, because there are not enough taxpayers to collect tax from, especially through the states, because people don't have it like that. I mean, businesses are shutting down left and right. Whatever money that's supposed to be kicked up through the state or whatever, and getting state funding. I mean, come on. Where is this money coming from? Not coming from the bottom, but we begging for the most from up top to feed our social programs. We're trying to feed our like our overtaxed welfare system. We can't sustain it on our taxpayer money. We need money from the government. Too many mouths to feed. Too many mouths. I mean, like literally, in food stamps and mouths of meat, mouths to feed. Trying to stop homeless people with Section 8. You know what I'm saying? We're paying their utilities with the welfare and whatnot. You know, I mean, and all this stuff. I mean, it's just, you're doing too much. And you, like you said, like we're borrowing that money from another country in order to lend it to people, and they're just pissing it away. And a lot of this money is coming up missing. Like, what's going on? Like I said, I fear for their safety. Ooh. But of course, a lot of it has been tied to, of course, this Biden administration. Gold bars off the Titanic. But I mean, if you really look at it, like I said this before, I know sometimes I'm such a broken record. But I mean, I strongly believe this, is that you need to cleanse out the Democratic Party. And the only way you're going to do that and get rid of the people who are not on board with doing what's right for the people is that you have to force them out of office, be it by persecution or them stepping down. They need a severe change in leadership. This tap dancing game of, trying to call me a racist, like, please. The black guy that we put in charge of housing and urban development. I mean, you think that's just a little, oh, well, that's a typical black job because Obama gave it to the old Sturgeon guy. Dang, I forget his name, like picture his face. Because I remember he was on The View and he was just ticking them off. Hey, how can I forget the world's greatest black surgeon? How can I forget his name? I'm picturing his face with the mustache, but I can't help me out. You know, yeah, that was a bad fit. And Trump admitted that, you know, he gave jobs to people that they really weren't qualified for, you know, but he thought he was doing the right thing when he did that. Because, you know, he didn't do squat. Like when we found out that he was head of housing and urban development, I was like, why this guy? You know, like what the hell does he know about the plight of poor black people or whatever? You know, it was just weird. It was a weird hire. So this guy right here is going to find out. He's going to be real big. He's going to be real instrumental in the audit of the welfare system in all of these states, in all 50 states. He's there to find the fraud. All right. Remember, Elon Musk said, yeah, we got somebody 150 years old still collecting Social Security. Like, what is this? You know, they still collecting the check. Like, are you serious? Like, we got a lot of those. We got a lot of incomplete information checks going out that nobody stopped the payment on. They just pushed it through. Like, we got a lot of that. Like, yeah, that guy that's over the black guy over housing and urban development over HUD, that's his job. His job is to find out where are these payments going to? Who's getting kickbacks? Like, who's mismanaging this system? I mean, they already cut off food stamps for people who are of working age with no children. I mean, they were very specific. They were very specific. No more freeloading. No more of this, I need to smoke marijuana disease. You know, this is the cure or the treatment. The treatment is I have to smoke this joint all day, every day. Like, you know, like, no more of that. No more disability money. I'm triggered by everything. No more of that disability money. You can forget it. I had to trim that fat. It's gonna get worse before it get better. Watch. It's gonna get worse for a lot of people who've been scamming the government from top to bottom, from the White House to the outhouse. They're gonna suffer the most. They're gonna suffer the most because they've been living off the government's teeth. But everybody else, they're gonna be all right. I mean, look, the eggs are high because they slaughtered 1 million chickens, all right? Because of swine flu, you know, the bird flu or whatever. They slaughtered 1 million chickens. The White House press secretary, she said that in her first big press conference. She addressed it. How come the eggs still high? I ain't even been 2 weeks in. The eggs are high because you killed 1 million chickens because of bird flu. Hello? Remember bird flu? It's in the news. We reported it. Read the story. I gave it to you. It's all in your press briefing. I answered every question that I knew that you were going to ask me. I've already. This is what's going on. Here, read it. This is our direct statements. Yes, pass them around the room, and I'll say it. One more detail, it's in the booklet. It's in the briefing. Write about that. Shoot, be a reporter and do your job and look into it and report it. See if since you think I'm lying so bad, because this is the Trump administration, all it does is lie. Well, here, follow the story. This is our story. Follow it. Do your job as a reporter. Go talk to some farmers, chicken farmers at that. Go talk to them. I did a small little story on that because they went and talked Daily Mail. They went and talked to some farmers. It was like, yeah, like we had to slaughter these chickens because of, they had bird flu. Like they were contaminated. That stuff spread. It can destroy your whole livestock. Wipe out your whole chicken coop, which is what it was doing. You can't eat that stuff. It's tainted meat. Get sick and die. That's why the eggs are still high. Supply versus demand, dumbasses. Excuse me, I know. That's 4. 4 on the snowman tax. Yes, I do pay the snowman tax. Asking. Asking. I bet he'd probably be sitting up, kicking his feet up. He doing a live broadcast. Watch my phone go off. Ding, up, there it is. I pay my snowman tax, which will be a rule we'll introduce on the Monday group chats. You know what I'm saying? So it has to be an honorable. Everybody has to agree, and you need to honor your snowman tax. Trust me, we appreciate. Believe you, me and Lewis, we appreciate the spirited debate, but we gotta, respect each other as men. Not saying that we don't do that, but sometimes language can be a little fiery, and people, they can be sensitive to that. They take it as an insult. Like, trust me, like I get it. I know I'm known for emphasis on a point all the time, but some people are just sensitive to different ways of a point. Have to be a little careful of that. Mr. Not, like sometimes I'll be like, like no offense or something like that, just to let them know, like I'm not talking at you or about you. I'm just, just trying to emphasize a point about the situation. Like it's not an insult to me. That kind of solves that. Anyway, no, but we're glad to have people on and have the chat. I don't know what we're going to talk about tomorrow. If y'all got some suggestions, throw it out there because like I said, it seems like 3 times a day this guy Trump is making moves, and there's got people talking. At least in this sector, it's like wow, like AOC is doing this, Dodge is finding that, it's funny that this morning the whole Elon Musk personal information talking point was destroyed when this is the funny thing about memes is that it's like truth and comedy, and it's like people forget I used to own PayPal. Like, what do you mean I already have your personal information? Like, what? I mean, PayPal was like number one. They made me sell it. Yeah. Like, you really think I would sell PayPal when it's so profitable? It made me sell it. So I'm over here doing my SpaceX thing. And I'm coming in at my budget. My team is doing great work. Of course, Trump is going to ask me, like, hey, look, you guys are doing great work with SpaceX. You know, like, I'm looking at your numbers are good, probably coming in under budget. You're not asking for any money. But over here with Boeing, I'm stuck with this contract and they're telling me they need more billions of dollars to make a presidential plane. Like, are you crazy? And it's like you said, it's an ironclad contract, so he can't just kill it. But he's not giving them any money either. They need to come in at their budget. I'm not giving you any money. Can't you see I'm cutting costs? This whole situation, pay as you go loan, that's over with. But you just keep dragging out the project and driving up the price. We're not doing that anymore. How about you get up off your lazy butts, hire competent people, and build this plane? Because trust me, after what you did with that space shuttle, in all honesty, if I could kill this contract, I would. And I would have gave it to SpaceX. I mean, this guy's built rocket ships faster than you built a plane. You're sitting up here wasting money trying to build magnet lifts that aren't working. The planes are falling off and crashing. What are you doing? I'm sorry. What are you doing with this material? Why are you playing? Excuse me. You're using magnets to determine what would resemble a true presidential plane crash. You do understand that, right? You're simulating what would happen to this plane in a crash. That's why you're using magnets, because you pick it up and then you repel it by force. So you're testing out how it performs in a crash. You're wasting building materials on that because you're not using the materials that you're using on the plane. So you're using actual plane materials to crash it into the ground using magnets. And we're paying you billions of dollars for that. Why? Well, we can determine how many survivors and whatnot. Like, let me tell you something. If Air Force One crashes, there's no way in hell you're going to make a crash-proof plane. Do you understand that? There's no way in hell you're going to make a crash-proof plane. So don't worry about that. Build it with the strongest materials you have that could at least survive gunshots. Don't worry about the crash. Worry about it being able to deflect gunshots from fighter jets, or possibly survive, at least not exploding on impact from a missile strike. Concentrate on that, because if they get that close, then the plane is going to crash. Do you understand? I mean, there's a reason why we travel with fighter jets. They shoot missiles down. That's their job. I'm not worried about that. They get through them, we're going to crash. So don't worry about making a crash-proof plane if that's what your intent is. Just worry about making the plane protective if it's being shot at with a missile, at the very least. And then I need all of these compartments and, all of these, little office spaces and all of that, the whole decorative interior. But as far as the exterior, you should already have that covered. Now get the welding. What are you doing? You're wasting money. Trust me, he really wished he could cut that contract, but he's definitely not giving them another dime. I'm sorry. I'm understanding his logic. I can only imagine the shock and look on his face when they called themselves asking him for more money. And he was like, hold on, let me come talk to you. Face to face. Yeah, I'm getting on the plane. I'm on my way. Yeah. Excuse me, what? Let me see what you've done. This is all you've done? At the rate you're going, how long will it be before this plane is built? I'll be out of office. What's the point? This is my plane. What are you doing? This is the Trump plane. What are you doing? JD Vance will be flying in this mug, smoking cigars. What are you doing? He'll be on his second term. They made 12 years. Are you serious? Woo! I'll be hot too. I'll be hot too. I ain't killed the contract. Witnesses coming up suicidal. 2 of them. I mean, Jesus. What are you hiding? What are you hiding? What are you hiding? Van Bondi, yes. Can you run an investigation on what's going on over there at Boeing? Because we're going to find a way out of this contract. And I'll turn this shit over to Elon Musk. Find out what's going on with the money that we send over there to Boeing and why they're requesting billions more dollars to do this plane. Send Cash Patel over there. Have him start talking to people. Have him start confiscating some files and combing through them and see where the money is going, because this is ridiculous. I mean, you see how that's going to play out? At the rate he's going, with what he's doing, trying to save taxpayer money, you think he's not going to do that with Boeing and then be able to get out of their contract for misappropriation of funds and then turn that shit right over to SpaceX? We'll probably have that mug built probably within maybe 2.5, 3 years max. I mean, he'll probably be done with the budget cuts by then, and then that contract will be his reward. You wonder why the Democrats hate Elon Musk? Right. His whole ties to the government will be fulfilled before the end of the year. More than likely, probably before June. Once they deal with the Democrats' blockage of the reach of Doge, put the halt to them, they get them judges out of the way. Like Abby Phillips sitting up there trying to grill Scott Jennings. Because Scott was saying, he was hinting at this, like these judges, these activist judges that are against Trump. And she was like, you mean the judges that Trump appointed? Like, please, like, excuse me, you sitting across from you was Alyssa Ferragamo. She worked in Trump's first administration. Now look at her. She's all on view, anti-Trump. But yet, now she's pushing back on, saying how his policies are good for America. While Sonny Holston's up there talking about uneducated white women voted for Trump. Like, yes, the educated class. Yeah. Yeah, we know what you're getting your degrees in. I mean, you're getting your degrees. The degrees you're getting are the equivalent of underwater basket weaving. You are proud to say it on tape. It was a collage of it. This is your most educated crowd. You understand? This is your most educated crowd. And a lot of the prominent ones, they got there through ill-gotten gains, a la Tiffany Henyard. You get them in office, and then all of a sudden, you know, where's the money? Where's the money? And then as soon as you start asking them questions about the money, all of a sudden, next thing you know,
Because y'all got false narratives out there, and y'all should be ashamed of yourself. Y'all black. Y'all are black. And y'all sitting up here beating and attacking on a black woman that's in power. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves.
that's their defense. That's their defense. Isn't that right, Jasmine Crockett? Isn't that right, Star Trek Uhura? What's her name? Presley? Yeah. Ain't that right? Grandma, great grandma, Maxine Waters. Ain't that right? Ain't that right? Ain't that right, AOC? Ain't that right, Ilhan Omar? Suddenly now everything's racial. Tens of millions of dollars in your bank account, and now suddenly everything's racial. See why you hate Elon Musk? He know how to make money. No, he's not the smartest genius. He's not like the physical, hands-on guy in the room. He's just the one that lands the big contracts because he hires the best team. I mean, you're sitting up here mad talking about the ages of the guys who are running the audit with an AI program. I mean, this is like kid stuff for them because these are the ones who write the programs that build the rockets over at SpaceX. You know, the ones we had to send up to get the astronauts from Boeing space station. You know, the ones that, you know, did the whole thread the needle move, grab the spaceship with the tweezers or whatever. Yeah, those kids wrote that code, not me. I just hired the best team. I'm just the idea guy. Yeah, I mean, you can sit up here and talk about the whole Tesla situation, but look what he did with Tesla as a car company. He sold more cars than any American car manufacturer. People were buying them up. They were buying them up. It was the status car. I'm out here in Atlanta, trust me. You see a lot of Teslas out here on this road. Teslas and Chargers. If they can't afford a Tesla, they buy a Charger. Teslas and Chargers littered up and down these streets. Again, the meme of him watching federal workers he fired drive away in cars his company built. It's funny. Truth and comedy. Yeah, it was a status car. In all honesty, you're paying for the brand. You're paying for the Musk brand. Remember, like the Trump brand? Yeah, Trump now just leases out his name. He no longer has a Trump brand. I think the crying shame was his jets. But I guess because he had burned so many bridges with the casino that they didn't want to take a chance on him because casinos are usually guaranteed money makers. I think what happened there, I think too many people's hands was in the cookie jar. I mean, that's the only reason why a casino would go belly up is because it's losing money. It was just poorly mismanaged. Let's just be honest. It was poorly mismanaged. I mean, Whoopi used to work there. She would know. That's why she's mad because she lost her job. She needed that money. She needed that money. She wasn't doing jack crap in Hollywood. I mean, why else would she be working at a casino? She needed that money. But luckily, she was able to land on The View. She was able to get on her feet that they needed her for The View. But that's why she has a grudge on him. Like, let's just be honest. Why would you hate a man but go to work for him? Call him all types of races or whatnot, but you go to work for him. But what it was, he didn't look out for her. So she hurt by that. Because she thought they was friends. And he's like, yo, we are friends. It's just, it's business. Like, I don't owe you jack crap. Like, I gave you a job. Management got out of control. Got to shut down. Sorry. What you want me to do? Put you on my welfare? No. Shoot, it's a cold world out here, sis. Go get you another job. Shoot, what else? What do you want me to do? I don't have a job for you. But ABC did. Yeah, that's why she mad. I mean, that show is a joke now. Yeah, but Alyssa Ferragamo, she went against Trump. You know, Sunny Hostin, her husband is up on RICO charges. RICO is not okay. Her husband is up on RICO charges for insurance fraud. And here she is on freaking tape on the show talking about how her husband has to fight and sue insurance companies for payouts. And here they are reporting that, you know, he's out here performing unnecessary surgery on people and charging it to the insurance company. And it's like, well, who authorized this? You didn't bring this to us. You can't just bill us. You know what I'm saying? We have to approve this as an insurance company. And because you didn't talk to us about this before you did this to see if they were covered for this, you just did it and then called yourself sending us the bill. And it's like, no, it doesn't work like that, doctor. You should know that. This is extortion because we didn't authorize this. So we're not going to pay it. And then you're trying to sue me for payment? Are you crazy? This is literal extortion. He got to sue the insurance companies in order to get payment. You idiot. Oh my God. I mean, prosecution is going to have a field day with that in court. Because you can't keep your mouth shut. But you know what? That's what happens when you don't tell your wife what the play is. You know what I'm saying? You tell her the business. You know, you tell her the day to day, but you're not telling her the business of it. You know, like, hey, look, we gonna sue them. They gonna feel that it's better to settle out of court, so that way, you know, I get some money. We get some money back. We get some money back. You know, this your wife. You're supposed to be splitting stuff, whatever. You know, you're supposed to at least be including her in your stuff. You know what I'm saying? Or else she'll be on TV putting your game out there. Oh my God. Why are you talking about us on TV? What are you doing? Uneducated white women, crazy black men, racism and misogyny. Like, come on. Meanwhile, we finding out how your husband is able to pay his share of the bills. Oh my God. Like, I think you might want to tone down the rhetoric, you think? Again, Joe and Minka Kravinsky went down to Mar-a-Lago and bent the knee. They bent the knee. Let's tell the truth. They bent the knee. They bent the knee like, we are sorry, sir. Like, we were just doing what the White House told us to do. Like, we were just following their orders. And he like, yeah, I get it. I understand. Like, I get it, I understand. You know, I know how media works. I know how CNN and MSNBC and them work. Like, relax. You know, you're good. You know. But I tell you what, how about you just talk about the positive things I've done? How about that? Like, you don't have to sing my praises, but, you know, at least talk about some of the positive things that I'm doing. How about that? Can you at least do that? And if you want to talk about how it affects, negatively affects Americans, then you go ahead and do that. I mean, that'll probably maybe still sell some newspapers. You know, you can condemn me for that, but calling me like a fascist and all of that stuff, yeah, you need to cut that out. That's some real sick stuff right there. Are you serious? That stuff almost got me shot 3 times. It's ridiculous. People have died on my campaign trail because of this rhetoric. Are you kidding me? You got to cut that out. Some real wackos out here. I can't bring you up on charges for that, you know. Inciting to riot, whatever. I can get you on that. But you got to cut that out. And so they stopped doing that. I mean, they still talk about, you know, how it affects the American people, you know, and condemning for that, but they don't call them out, call them Nazi, fascist, racist, you know, well, not necessarily. I mean, outside of the border stuff, you know, they think that it's racist, but we don't care. But, you know, it's like because of who they're going after, we don't care. You got black dudes walking on job sites, getting jobs immediately on construction sites, good paying jobs. You got store owners in New York City that need workers at their bodegas because a lot of the illegals that were working there at their stores, they stopped showing up for work. So, I mean, we're hiring. We're hiring. I mean, we hate that we have to pay you a fair wage, you know, for people who need a job. You're going through some tough times. Maybe you're trying to get your Section 8 payments going because, you know, you just always thought you would have money and then you got fired, you know. But now you need a job. Let's say because they cut your food stamps. They cut your food stamps and now you need a job. So here you go. We're hiring at these bodegas. We need a cashier. We need a sales girl. Yeah, the pay sucks, but, you know, it's a job. Sucks for us, too. I mean, we were paying these people like $7 an hour. Now we got to pay what? What is the standard in New York? Was it like between what? 17 to 20 or something like that? Because rent is so high. Because energy costs are so high. I mean, it's prime real estate, right? Pay prime prices, but you got to, at least the minimum wage is enough for you to survive on if you have a little help. It's not going to pay for an apartment, but it's at least going to pay for your share of the rent or bills or something like that. You know, you'll be able to at least eke out some type of lifestyle on it. They're hiring. They're hiring. Trust me, the people on the street in New York, like the legal residents, I think they got like Eric Adams said they had, well, no, it wasn't him. It was like a reporter that they had a 78 or 73% approval rating for, you know, what was going on with ICE and illegal immigration. Said they saw a lot of crime disappear off the streets. You know, people felt safe, you know, walking down the streets and stuff. And people are hiring. You know, jobs have returned. I mean, they trust me, they agree. I don't care what you want to call it racist or you want to. I'm sorry. Well, your race does not come before me being able to, you know, have a roof over my head and food to eat. You know, maybe be able to afford, you know, I mean, just a living, you know, be it by car or by bus. As long as I got a job to go to that's taking care of, you know, my four walls and a roof and my food, you know, and my, you know, my luxury utilities and whatnot. As long as I got cable, everything plus cable, I'm good. I got internet, I got cable, so I'm good. Yeah, people appreciate that. A lot of people appreciate that. These are like the people that I really like to talk to, because I remember being there. Like, I worked 2 jobs growing up. Ever since like the last time I had an eviction, I worked 2 jobs growing up. Like this will never happen again. I think I was like 27 when that happened. Like, I was down here in Atlanta living a carefree life. I was like, that never happened again. Nope. I just became a workaholic. Bills had to have zeros when they were due. They had to have zeros when they were due. I couldn't do it. And I can't even imagine trying to do that. When you had illegal immigration. Now that the jobs are opened up, you know, because do understand, these are side jobs. These aren't jobs you live on. These are jobs that help pay your bills, you know, get you caught up. Especially if you have a full-time job that pay you, you know, that you pay your rent off of. You get this part-time job, this side job, this second job. If you can do it 8 and 8, that's perfect. Them jobs will open back up, you know, for people that like to work 2 jobs, that like to get their hustle on. Rent is $2,000 a freaking month, bro. If you a 9 to 5er, you need to be a 9 to a 10er, 11er. You know what I'm saying? Get you them part-time jobs, man. Pay that rent. Get them bills caught up. Now is the time. ICE is, trust me, Trump with ICE is doing you a favor. They're doing you a huge favor, because, like, I'll order out, right? They'll want something to eat. I'll order them something to eat. And, like, I like to tip the delivery person. I like to cash tip them the $10. They get the little 3 that come, you know, automatic, that $3 or $4 automatic tip, you know, through you know, whatever, what's the name of it? DoorDash. But I like to give them a $10 in cash, $10 bill in cash. So that way they don't get a cut of their money, because they get a cut of their tip money. So I'd rather give them the full 10 in cash. Like, and trust me, like, they be happy. They be happy as hell. But for a minute, I was getting like South Americans who didn't even really speak English. Like, I remember I had my car in the shop and I had to catch Uber and Lyft. Like, well, I use Lyft. So I was catching Lyfts, like, to, you know, to the shop or the grocery store or whatever, you know, wherever I had to go. And like, I would get like South American drivers who like didn't even speak English. They barely spoke English. Suddenly now that, you know, ICE is operating all across America, now I'm getting drivers from Africa. You know, I'm getting delivery people from Africa, or I'm getting local people. You know, I'm getting a lot of locals now. I saw that. Like, I ordered them something to eat yesterday, and I had 2 different drivers arrive at the same time. It was so funny. And they, you know, one was a black dude, one was a white chick. And I was like, man, like, I thought they'd have comboed it to one driver. So I actually gave because I didn't have, I didn't have the proper change on me. So I was like, well, I'm gonna give them 15. I know at least they'll get a big chunk of that. So I tipped 15. I did that for the one person. And then I thought that it would be that one person delivering both meals, but they split it between both drivers. And once I did that, I said, oh man, so I compensated the other driver, which turned out to be like the white chick. And, you know, both of them look like, I mean, I'm just saying, you know, just being detailed, but both of them look like they lived off of doing these jobs. You know what I'm saying? They was both looking rough. Like they needed, like it seemed like they was happy to be having these jobs back, because the guy, he was like, oh yeah, here you go, man. You know, he was all in a good mood because he got the $15 tip, but I balanced it out with the other chick while she was en route. Like pretty much soon as she was pulling up at the house, when I was like, oh man, so like, let me take care of her. So but I didn't know it was her. I just took care of the driver. But she got out of the car and she was looking at her phone. Coming up to, she's like, oh, thank you. I was like, you know, it's cool. Like, because I know it's rough out there. You know what I'm saying? Like when I first came down here, I had to do that shit. Before things got immensely better. But yeah, like shoot, I know what that was like. So them big tips, man, them big tips help. And I know they're glad to be getting back out on the road again to make that money, you know, just to keep that roof over their head. You know, you see the effects of it. You see the literal effects of it. I mean, you can call it anecdotal all you want to, but you see this going on all around, you know, the country. People are happy that this is going on. Because, I mean, remember, we were at a point where people felt that a $3 tip or something, or a low tip, meant that you didn't get your groceries. They was going to keep your food and stuff. Remember the girl with the water? She was repacking the stuff back up in the car over the tip. Like, what are you doing? Like, don't you make enough from the trip over, but you tripping over the tip? Like, you do understand times are tough for me too. You know, I mean, if you want to say I'm cheap, that's fine. But why don't you ask me, why was the tip so low? If it so bothers you. And be like, oh, like, I'm sorry, what's the problem? You felt you need to be tipped more for that? And be like, yeah, well, like, look at all this water I had to load to my car. Like, you know, like, so, you know, I thought that maybe you would think of that I was bringing you a lot of cases of water, you know, in my car. Like, do you understand how backbreaking and heavy this stuff is? I mean, this is water weight. All you gonna tip me is $3? Like, come on, like, really? You know, but you still get them their product because they did pay for it, and you did get paid to deliver it. The tip is a courtesy. And you freaking out about that. Like, are you serious? I mean, it's gotten that bad. They got from that bad to worse. Shoot. People was trying to find new hustles on the internet. It was not working. It was not working. You wonder why, unfortunately, like, Black women lead the nation in evictions at what, 6.3%? White women are the second highest at 3.6%. Then it dips down to like Latinos 1.9 and Asians 1.3, you know. And these are just evictions as far as like females by race. Yeah, you lost a lot of jobs. And, you know, in all honesty, I mean, they tried to help you out with DEI, you know. Of course, white women benefited from the most, but they figured they'd at least throw you a bone with it. I mean, after all, they did use you as the backbone and the face of it, right? you the backbone of black society? Is that what you mean when you say that? Is that, whatever, white women say they need you to do, you do it, because it's for the betterment of black people? Is that why you say you're the backbone? I mean, I'm just asking the question. But I mean, they just like with affirmative action, they gave you the scraps. They threw you a bone. Meanwhile, you're getting fired from your job because you out here filming yourself on the job when you're supposed to be working, and that's considered theft of company time or possible data breach of leaking sensitive information. Even the bathroom is considered a breach of sensitive information because it's giving the structural layout of their bathroom. They can get you for that. That's a true solid case of firing you. While you sitting up here making TikToks on your job? Well, I was in the bathroom. We know. We got it on tape. Trust me, you're helping our case. You're stealing company time. Yeah, your coworkers dimed you out because you made the video and then you showed it to them. Some of them actually follow you on TikTok because, you guys are obsessed with attention. So you just collecting followers everywhere you go, especially on the job, trying to, show everybody how cute and funny you are. Meanwhile, they're looking at you and like, oh my God, what is she talking about? And they're reporting you to HR. They're taking the videos to HR. The next thing you know, you're in the office getting fired or getting a Zoom call because they don't even want you in the building because they don't trust you as a person to be able to take the firing and not physically freak out or make a scene. So they fire you over Zoom call. Just like the chick that got fired for, missing days from work and being late. Talking about, I let my cousin borrow my car and he didn't bring it back on time. That's not an excuse to be late. But thank you for, letting us know that we're firing you with just cause. You're irresponsible. You're out here gossiping about, salaries. Excuse me. You're discussing personal sensitive information. You're gossiping about your coworkers instead of working. That's a terminable offense. You better be top of the field at your job in order for us to keep you on. Oh, you're at the bottom? Yup. DEI hire. We knew you were a poor fit for the job. I mean, Jesus Christ, here you are in a business suit, and the last place you worked at was at Walmart or Baby Gap or something like that. Fresh out of college. And you got a degree in what? Gender studies, women's studies. Wait. What's this saying? The aquatic mating of what? Sea animals. They gave out degrees for this? What is this? What is this crap? Demanding you be paid at least $30,000 a year. You figure that's enough to live off of. Oh my God. I know, while demanding a man that make 6 figures, 7 figures, 8 figures, upper 500,000. Like, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Oh God, stop. All that shit got to stop. I know, stove tax, that's fine. All that's got to stop. That's the way to do that, is to cut off the spigot. Cut off the spigot. That's one head off of the snake. The other head off of the snake is the media. Taylor Swift getting booed at the Super Bowl, that was huge. That was so huge because it let you know the Super Bowl really. Okay, understand what the Super Bowl is. It's America's biggest party. It's America's biggest party. All eyes are on the Super Bowl, broadcast all over the world. It lets you know where American culture sits. All right. Again, the only commercial that people are talking about that came out of the Super Bowl that I've heard of is the Secret Service recruitment commercial. Oh, and the U.S. Army one that they put out. Those were the two that I heard about. And of course, this whole Kendrick Lamar, like, they not like us. And it's like, dude, do you have any other hit songs? Like, people that, who's not like who? This is like a diss track to some guy in Canada. That's what this is. This is a diss track again. Y'all are dissing Canada to the point where people are now fighting in hockey games over anthems. That's what this was. You know what? Put Taylor Swift on the screen. Put Taylor Swift on the screen. Those of us that are football fans, look, this was a glorious moment in time. Because, like, football season, I'm watching the games. But I'm screening screen. Like, this is a screen right here. So I'm screening screen. So I'm watching my game, the Browns. And then over here, whatever, I'm watching NFL Red Zone. So I'm seeing all the highlights. And it just became ridiculously repetitive that every time they show the Chiefs highlight, they show Taylor Swift. For what? For what? Like, what? For what? I mean, they shoved the woman in what appeared to be a fake media relationship because Candace Owens got her hands on the supposed contract. You know, because this breakup is going to be epic. I mean, it's going to sell a gazillion records. Okay? It's going to sell a gazillion records. He going to retire or maybe play one more year and she going to want to retire and, well, he chose football over me. Some stupid stuff like that. You know, whatever. They going to find a flimsy excuse. And she going to sell a gazillion records, you know, selling a breakup song. You know, whatever. That's same old lather, rinse, repeat with her. But it just became sickening to see her in the highlights every time they show the Chiefs highlight. Like, for what? We don't care. Why is she relevant to this clip? We don't care about who he's sleeping with. You show nobody else's wife or girlfriend like this. Jesus Christ. That when they put her up on that screen in the Super Bowl, then people booed. I mean, that was the boo heard around the world. And the look on her face, she was literally that meme with the monkey, when the monkey is like shocked, looking one way and then just looking their eyes turn the other way. She was literally that meme, like, wow. Like, are they actually booing me? Like, that was probably the first time she ever been booed in her life. And it's at the Super Bowl, no doubt. You know how socially embarrassing that is for a girl. That was the boo heard around the world. And then they put Trump on the screen and it was over. It was over. It was over. That message was sent all across the world. I mean, there's a reason why people in Canada make like them dragon dolls that takes a few people to carry. Yeah, they making dolls like that of him. It's ridiculous. women all over America are relieved to not have men be able to come into their bathrooms and locker rooms and watch them undress while pretending that they are trans. Many buried reports of a guy in a wig and a dress attacked a woman in the bathroom, be it just to beat her up or to assault, essay her, usually both. A lot of cases, like over 36 cases where they at least caught the person. And it's like, no way in hell these guys are quote unquote actually trans. Like, look at these guys. Like, you take that stuff off and it's like, this is why we try to tell you chicks, no, can't have this. But you want to fight tooth and nail for it so much that the Biden administration turned that into a law that they could do that. I mean, poor, what was the chick, the swimmer chick that was against Leah Thomas? Like, they tied in the race, but they gave him the trophy, and she like, no, wait a minute. We either both share it or you have to disqualify him because, this is a dude. What are you talking about? Like, this is women swimming. She thought that was ridiculously unfair, especially, when you talk about money, the money that's tied up into this. I mean, these chicks don't be swimming in competitions for free. They be trying to go pro. They be trying to get to the Olympics and stuff. Like, there's money tied up into this. Money and fame. You can eat off being an Olympic champion forever. Till you old and gray, till you don't have to do it no more. These chicks build legacies off of that stuff. Just like your typical basketball player or football player. Same thing for them. You eat off them gold medals and people who support your sport. You eat off them gold medals. And here you got a guy taking it from you. There's a documentary report where women lost 900 medals to dudes. This is across the globe. To the point you got to do boxing women in the Olympics. Hardest punch she ever felt in her life, she said. She quit. No, I'm not doing this. In this sport? No. I'd be skeptical doing this in judo. I'd be having to really, truly fight him to put these skills to the test, because I'm definitely not learning judo to fight off another chick who just wants to do some head putting and scratching and uppercutting. Like, no. I'm not, please. I'm trying to fight off dudes like you. So she got to fight that for real. She got to go 100% in those matches. I mean, you saw what happened with that girl that was in the workout room. She looked like she was like a little Latina chick. She in the workout room and she thought she was letting in a resident. But then he tried to corner her in the gym and she fought him off. I mean, this was like normal in America by illegal immigrants. Just like it's normal over in the UK where they're in roving gangs doing that. And they say, well, it's just part of their culture. Like, no, it's not a part of American culture. Let us show you. We round up all the banditos. We throw them over the wall. Or we lock them up, which, I mean, it's their choice. I'm still laughing that you got AOC out there handing out pamphlets, trying to tell these people how to avoid capture. And Ilhan Omar, like, literally telling them, you know, you have the Fifth Amendment right to avoid being arrested by remaining silent. Like, chick, you obviously do. Neither one of you must not understand how the law works. I mean, do you understand that you're breaking the law? I hope you understand you're breaking the law, right? Because if you don't, you know, I mean, ignorance of the law is no excuse. Like, no one is above the law. Wasn't that your catchphrase? No one is above the law. Yeah, see how it comes back to bite you? That's because that's what I would tell her. Like, well, AOC, no one is above the law. Right, her perp walk. Tom Homan walking her to the car, to the black SUV with her hands cuffed behind her back, letting her spitting and screaming. This is political. I'm a political prisoner. Ain't nothing do this to me. But AOC, no one is above the law. You broke, you know, Section 12, Title 5 of U.S. Immigration Code. That's a federal crime. You're under arrest. And we will be subpoenaing your bank records to see if you work for any outside forces. You know, like Ilhan Omar just so openly does. Ooh, I know it's broken record time because I'm tired, but I mean, it's just funny how all this just comes full circle. It's tied up in so much BS. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's gonna get worse for a lot of the right people. I mean, it's gonna be some wrong people that's gonna get caught up in it. People who didn't deserve it, you know. But I mean, unfortunately, a lot of children are going to suffer. A lot of children are going to suffer. You know, a lot of families are going to suffer. But I mean, the thing about it is that, you know, the way they're looking at it, the law is the law. They trying to cut back on government waste. They're trying to cut back on government waste. That's really the biggest issue, the biggest crisis that's facing the country. So they say, you know, $37 trillion in debt. They're trying to get it down to $1 trillion next year, or else we're like the Great Depression Part 2. That's what they're saying. Yeah, it's gonna get a lot worse. Like, you know, the Kevin Samuel saying, winter is coming. No, winter is here. Trump is their grim reaper. Lewis called Tom Homan Darth Vader. Well, Elon Musk is clearly, what's the dude? Darth Maul. Clearly Darth Maul. You cut him down, he come right back. I got robot legs. Now what? Like, did you think it made me nicer that you after you tried to kill me? Did you think I came back to hug Care Bears and bake cookies? Like, oh no. I am more ruthless than before. Yeah, Trump is their emperor. Trump is their emperor. This is why they was hollering and screaming about he's going to be a dictator, because they already knew that he was going to find a lot of stolen money. There's the possibility that would cripple the Democratic Party. But again, it needs to be flushed. It needs new leadership. If these people are stealing taxpayer funds, they need new leadership. But it'll probably be like 12 years before they recover. But as I was telling Maj earlier today, I said, what's going to happen is, in order for the Democrats to be able to bounce back respectively, is that the new leaders that are going to fill these voids, they have to side with the Democratic Party. But at the same time, they need to fight for the programs that people need, the government programs that people need, most especially for like who they should really cater to, in all honesty. All right, are the people, I would say people who are disabled and people that are elderly. You know what I'm saying? So the elderly and the sick, be it physically, mentally, whatever, like legally, that like these people cannot take care of themselves. They are not medically fit to work. You know what I'm saying? If they get a job, a stay-at-home job, like a computer job, fine. You have some people that are, mentally handicapped, and they work jobs. We see them. They be bagging groceries, stocking, stuff like that. They out here. But if they're like physically disabled, hey, fight for their programs, fight for their rights, their programs, and and how they can streamline the programs to better serve them. Fight for their rights. You know what I'm saying? For the people who need it. Don't try to blanket coverage it. Fight for the people that it matters to the most. You do that. You get on board with Trump and say, hey, look, but I need these programs for this. I need these streamlined to help better serve these people, because these people are clearly not leeching off the government. They're unable to work because of, these conditions, like these true to life conditions. You can see it for yourself. You got stuff on paper, and they'll probably look at it and be like, okay, cool. That's what the black guy for HUD, Housing and Urban Development, I forget his name, but he plays a very significant role in that, because it's his job to cut through all that red tape, cut out all of the useless spending. You know what I'm saying? People who game in the system, cut them off. This is why they tested out in Tennessee with the mandatory DNA testing. So they're going to make that nationwide. You already see it coming. And what it is, it's like, here, look, they're going to be telling these chicks who are, on all these social programs simply because, they have children out of wedlock. Be like, look, we cutting back on your stuff. We cutting you off, or we cutting back on your stuff. This is ridiculous. You can't be living off of the government when you put yourself in this situation. So look, here, we have mandatory DNA testing. I'm pretty sure you know who your child's father are. You need to take it to court and get a mandatory DNA swab to prove if they're the father of your child or not. And then anything you want to do after that is up to you two. You want to put him on child support? Like, well, bam, do you have a copy of his tax returns to prove that he has an income or anything? Like, do you have his social security number? Like, anything? You understand? Like, what are they going to get out of that? What are they going to get out of that? With this job market? By the type of dudes that they having kids by. Fel Antonio don't be working at the 7-Eleven. What are you talking about? I mean, stop it. He's the guy on the news that you see running out of these stores with an arm full of coats. I mean, I'm making fun. But yeah, these ain't dudes that's wearing suits to work. You lucky if you get that. Shoot, most of these dudes put on uniforms. They uniformers. They make good money, but in certain fields, but that's not gonna be paying your rent. Hate to tell you, we're not doing that no more. Yeah, a lot of y'all don't have kids by dudes like that. So you can haul them into court for child support all you want to. But do understand, if you haul them into court for child support, Trump made it so he can file for the kid on his taxes. So now you got to do home math as to whether it's cheaper to or more beneficial to get the monthly child support and not use the tax money to get your hair and nails done, buy you a couple outfits, in a car that you're going to run into the ground before summer is over with, if not repossessed. And be back on the bus and lather, rinse, repeat all over again. Or would it be better for him to not pay child support and you file the kid on your tax return? Which is more important? The money you use to help supplement your income on a monthly basis, or that tax money? That's whole math. They got to figure that out now. Isn't it lovely? Isn't it lovely? Either way, bruh, you come out like a fat rat. Either way, you come out like a fat rat. When you pay child support, you're making more money than she is, so you're going to get more back on your taxes. If you're not doing child support, then that's more money in your pocket. But at least, if she's not trying to stop you from seeing your kid because of the money or whatnot, but it's like, well, hey, you don't want to tell me on child support. Like, no, I'm not going to be giving you no money. You know what I'm saying? You tell me, and you see these videos now where these women are calling up their boyfriends or baby daddies saying, well, I need groceries or something like that. And then they show up with the groceries or whatnot. And the women are mad. Like, what is this? I didn't ask for this. Like, you said you needed money to go shopping. So I asked you what you needed and you told me what you needed. So I went and bought it. Or I went and bought groceries. Like, but you was supposed to give me the money. Like, no, I wasn't. You said you needed groceries. I'm not just going to give you money so you can go out and spend it on some BS. I'm not doing that no more. Yes, my girlfriend is in the car. I don't care if you're embarrassing yourself. Yeah, I played you. Now put them groceries in the house. I don't care about you crying and moaning and arguing. I'm getting you what you said you needed. Sure, because if you ask me for some money, the answer is no. So you can come up with every little lie you can to try to get a buck out of me, hoping that I hit your cash app with it. Nope. You said my kid was hungry. I went and got him something to eat. I got him something to eat. You said he needed school clothes. I went and bought him some school clothes. I bought him them shoes. Yeah. You said he needed shoes, so I bought him some shoes. You thought I was just going to give you like $120. Like, nah. Brothers are getting smart. They ain't wising up to the game. I'll give them that. Yeah, they're going to cut you off of the government's teeth. They don't care how many kids you have. Talking about some benefits. Them benefits days are about to be over. Watch. Especially if he can get it to that ERS. Because like he said, the tariffs are going through. The countries aren't fighting them on these tariffs because they know they've been ripping the United States off. And they know that the United States is their number one export. Their number one export. So they ain't got no choice. So they're accepting the tariffs. As long as the right people are getting their money, trust me, we can go from IRS to ERS. They won't care. They'll make more money with the ERS than they ever thought they could right now with the IRS. I mean, remember, they were getting ready to hire 70,000 armed agents to run audits. I mean, that's practically like if this was a medieval movie, the guards would come in and shake your house down, and steal all of your valuables and probably throw your husband in jail for not paying his taxes. That's what it would have been, the modern day that. It's been pure thievery. Through the IRS. Trump put a stop to that. People hear the stories, but they don't understand the stories behind them. You got to get to the root of that shit. Yep, that's $6 on the snowman tax. You got to get to the root of these stories. Why they're doing the things that they do. I mean, it's not too much you can really do outside of, a court order, but at least, you'll understand why suddenly you're getting a letter in the mail for you to, hey, we need to talk to you. Or they come knocking on the door. Tax season was coming up too. Ooh. It's coming up quick. It's already February. You got 2 months. You know how I just sneak up on you. Yeah, this will probably, based on what he's saying, looks like this, to be honest, this might be the last year, based on what he's saying, that we pay taxes to the IRS. Based on what he's saying. Let me emphasize that. I'm not saying it. I'm just saying based on what he's saying. This should probably be the last year. If he cannot stop it sooner. But the money being made through the tariffs is amazing. We'll have these, this $1 trillion of debt. We'll cut that stuff down in due time. We're on course. We're right on target. But we need to get the criminal illegals out of America first, because look, in all honesty, understand something here. And I was preaching this on the Embrace Villainy channel. These gang members like Trende Alagra and whatnot, and these cartels, you need to get the dangerous criminal element, especially those guys, off the streets, because you'll have foreign powers hire these guys to cause chaos and mayhem on the streets. They'll pay them to do stuff, and they move as a gang too. So at some point, they might all of a sudden get violent as a gang, in a soft target area. You never know. You have a lot of people who are on terrorist watch lists that have snuck across the border in this country under the Biden administration. And the easiest way to destroy a country is from that is surrounded by two bodies of water and separated by two other countries. One that supposedly thought they had a secure border with. The U.S. thought they had a secure border with Canada because you need a passport to come across that border. You know, they scan them now. You know, they have the digital stuff. Like you're not faking your passport. Like they're pretty tough to fake. So they thought they had that going on with Canada, but come to find out, I mean, they did have it, but the biggest problem with that, they were not doing proper drug search and seizures. So a lot of fentanyl was coming through the Canadian border, just like a lot of fentanyl was coming through the southern border in places where there probably would have been a wall right there had they kept up with the project. I mean, I literally had a video of the terrorists being led into the country by Americans, and one of them was like a black guy, you know, just to show you that it's just, you know, the quote unquote, not just white people. The guy that was saying, oh, the entitlement, like that was a brother caught up in the mix. Not knowing they just helped aid a known terrorist into the country. Pretty soon you will know who I am. You will know who I am. You don't know who I am? Pretty soon you'll know who I am. Oh, the entitlement. Yeah, you just keep thinking that it's entitlement. I'll show you my entitlement. Yeah, there's been no word of him ever since. Once they did the facial recognition ID, they were like, oh, damn, like they let this guy out of prison like not too long ago for, you know, terrorist acts. He just got out of prison just too long ago. Why is he sneaking across the border into America? That southern border was letting everybody in. Mexico was letting Russians stay in Mexico without a visa, which meant that they could stay as long as they wanted, as long as they had a passport. I mean, there's no telling who's in this country. So yeah, you need to get rid of the dangerous criminal illegals. You need to get rid of what would be considered foot soldiers. You need to get them off the streets. It's a matter of national security. Sit down and shut the F up, AOC and Ilhan and Jasmine and Aisha Presley. Shut up. This goes beyond your little human rights campaign. Like, this is a bigger human rights issue. It runs a whole lot deeper than what they think it does. They don't understand. They don't want to tell the public that, because then you would cause probably a public panic. These people are frustrated enough. They couldn't be happier. Trust me, we told them this stuff, they would think it was a conspiracy. But we don't want to trigger it. You never let your enemy know what you're doing outright. So you don't even say it. You don't even say it. That's why J.D. Vance was trying to tell them over in Munich. He was trying to tell them, hey, look, y'all need to do the same thing we're doing. Like it's beyond the free speech thing. Like, you make it ridiculous. Like you're pretty much giving the green light to this stuff. Do you not understand exactly what's going on here? I mean, like, unlike us, we're not turning our country over to, criminals simply because they come from another country. Like, no, we're not doing that. We're not locking up our citizens for that. Are you crazy? When your government begins to topple because society will be at war, like literally in the streets at war with each other, do not come crying to us. It's funny. We watched that movie, me and Lewis, we watched that movie Civil War, where they were showing, like Civil War had broke out across the United States. I mean, we were currently on the path like that with this whole Trump campaign thing. But now that he's president, he's doing good, and his approval ratings are like really high because of what he's doing. The likelihood of that is like dropped dramatically. But in other countries that are under the crown, the likelihood of that have increased. Like they're steady growing. And JD Vance was trying to tell them, like, hey, look, we change your ways, or else don't come crying to us when you start suffering the consequences of your actions at the behest of whoever is holding your purse string. First thing we did was change leadership, and then through that, we banned everything that they were doing that were causing chaos, mayhem, and destruction. You guys need to change in leadership. That's why the guy who was opposed to it was like, how dare JD Vance, United States, try to interfere with our political elections? It's like, well, dude, look at what it's doing. Look at what your current regime is doing to your country. I know you think you can stay in power and still collect money from whoever's paying you and pretend like you're going to change and do something better for the people. But no, it's too late for that. You've already proven that you can't be trusted in office. I mean, you're literally censoring right-wing. You call them right-wing propagandists, but really they're right-wing activists. At the conservative part of your territories, you're literally censoring them. You're throwing these people in jail, talking about misinformation. Are you kidding me? Again, there's a reason why. The number one reason why Americans have guns is because they will not ever, 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 ever be slaves again. Beware a tyrannical government. They are not playing. They mean that. They mean that. I mean, the number one thing people were saying when the UK was saying that they would even come to America and arrest people for talking bad about them online. It was like, try it. Like, we have pew-pews over here for a reason. Like, we wish you would call yourself trying to kick in my door over a meme. And you from where? You ain't from around here, are you, boy? Yeah, this is why American police wear body armor when they do this. And don't be talking all nicely about, like, get in the car now. No. While escorting you out the door without even putting handcuffs on you. Are you kidding me? No, they don't do that. That's not how they handle things over here. There's a reason Elliot Gonzalez had an MP5 pointed at him when he was just a little kid hiding out in the closet with his uncle. Yeah, they don't play that here in the United States. Anyway, no, I'm tired. I'm loopy. But yeah, Democratic leadership is to survive. They need to get on board with right now the things that the Republican Party are doing. You don't have to get on board with Trump, but you do have to get on board with the good that he's doing. You know, as far as new leadership, you're not taking any money. You know, this is your chance to rise up in power. Talk about hey, look, this is the bad, but we're going to fight for the benefits. We agree with what he's doing, but we're going to fight for those of you who need the benefits. If they go on that track, if new leadership, instead of it just being about a race thing, it'd be about an economics thing, for the people who desperately need it, which is usually the sick and the elderly, and I guess maybe the baby mamas. We try to work out some type of deal for them because, chick, man, you need to find your child's fathers. Somebody's going to have to oppose that in order for them babies to at least be able to eat. Maybe you take away her Section 8, make her get a job. Whatever. But at least let her can she at least keep the food stamps? You know what I'm saying? Can she at least keep the food stamps? She got kids to feed. At least do that. At least do that, because I think I saw somewhere where they were looking to block EBT from being able to buy like snack food, like junk food and everything, because with RFK Jr. is now over health and nutrition and whatnot. So and I knew that was probably going to happen. That as soon as he got in there, they were going to make changes to the EBT cards where you can't buy like useless items. You can't be buying crab legs and steaks and stuff. So my understanding is that they're going to cut it off where you're not going to be able to purchase junk food. And they should definitely ban those stamps for cash machines, because apparently that's how a lot of these people's EBT benefits get stolen. They get stolen off of the info on those cards. You worried about Elon Musk in your info. You know what I'm saying? This guy's not even taking a salary to work at Doge. He's sleeping at the office at Doge. At any rate, overseeing the project at Doge for free. They're a former owner of PayPal. Anyway. At least be able to keep the food stamps. At least be able to keep the food stamps. You should at least be fighting for that if you're a Democratic leader. If nothing else, you should at least be ready to fight for those cases for women who have children. Because they're going to be cutting back on a lot of benefits. They're going to be cutting back on a lot of benefits. When they run these audits on these states, they're going to be cutting back a lot of benefits in order to save money. Every penny counts. This is government money. You're of working age. You having 3 kids by 3 different dudes is not our problem. Are you handicapped? No. Well, then you're of working age. Get out there and get a job. Don't say you can't. We just deported like 1,000 illegals in this area. Some of them were, at work. I see a lot of help wanted signs up and down these streets. Go and get your job. You need more money? Find your children's father. Hold him financially responsible. You have that in the courts. Ooh, it's going to get rough before it get better. It's going to get rough before it get better. You talk about the social contract being broken. Trust me, by the end, before 2028, trust me, there's going to be a contract on the table. There's going to be a contract on the table. It's going to be a contract on the table. I'll say the choice is yours. Personally, I say no. I mean, it's going to be some pioneers, but personally, I say no. Because, I mean, you're going to be a pioneer. Pioneers are normally the people who take the bullets. You know, they get mugged, they get shot, they get robbed, they get vandaled. You know, it's like when white people move into a black area, a poor black area, you know, when they're gentrifying it, they might get mugged or something, car broken into or stolen, house broken into, wife assaulted, you know, maybe your kids get beat up in the local school, they're getting bullied. You know, those are the pioneers. You know, I feel sorry for the pioneers. They take the brunt of it just so you can have a better future. Because it's going to take a couple of generations, maybe about 2 or 3, for that to even get right. It's going to take about 2 or 3 generations for that to get right. You know, because you're going to have to get people in the habit of socially thinking different. You as a Democratic leader, if you can usher people into that, you know, you'll go pretty far. You'll go pretty far. You'll go pretty far. That's how the Democrats can recover. Thing about politics, like some of the best politicians, like, you know, they're the people that actually look out for the people. I mean, look at Marion Barry. Like, they caught this dude smoking crack and the people still elected him. Because they said he was, you know, giving money back to the community. I don't know what type of money, but, you know, they was like, no, like, they're like, you know, Marion was looking out for us. Like, okay, y'all say so. I mean, y'all voted him in. You know, it was a fair and square election. I mean, we got this dude, like SWAT team kicking in the door because we got him on the hidden camera smoking crack in a hotel room with an undercover agent. I mean, posing as a street hooker. I mean, what the hell, man? We don't care. His name on the ballot? Yeah. All right, I'm voting. Oh my God. I'm voting. They didn't. Never mind. I mean, the coincidences is just crazy. You know, no matter what, a helping hand is a helping hand, be it clean or dirty. You know, because there's no such thing as angels out here, man. Nobody's pure. As long as you're looking out for the people, as long as you're looking out for the people as a political candidate, you'll go far. You can climb that ladder. You know, that's all. Like we was talking, me and Miles was talking about Eric Adams, like, because he's a ladder climber, and it's like his next step, you know, whether he wins this mayoral race or not, his next step, his next career goal would be trying to be a senator. You know what I'm saying? Or a governor. You know, governor of New York would be a good lofty goal for him, especially to replace like a Kathy Hochul. You know, I mean, right now he's doing all the right things that's got his approval rating up to like 73% with New Yorkers. Now, if he could just solve the thing with subway crime, I mean, then his approval ratings will be like, was it Cuomo that's going up against him? He won't stand a chance. He gonna stand a chance. And the thing about it is, in order to help stop crime on the subway, the first thing you need to do is block the entranceway for people who are most likely to commit crimes, which are usually turnstile jumpers. So if you get those turnstiles, like the ones that, look like, you could slice a pizza on them. They look like a, pizza roll or whatever, or like a cheese grater or whatnot. Those that stand up, they look like a fan or whatever. If you made all the entranceways, if you changed it over, because, you're supposed to be getting a government contract, because you are cooperating with Tom Homan. So as much as Letitia James is trying to mess it all up, all right, you're still getting much needed funding from the government. You desperately need that money because that migrant situation bankrupted you. You guys were like holding on by a thread. So you need that money. If you spend that money wisely, where you upgrade the security of your subway system, that you make that priority number one. You change over all those entryways so that way people who are not paying, they cannot jump the turnstile. They cannot jump the turnstile. You put a cop or hire somebody, with at least police authority, whatever's cheapest, whatever you can afford, to catch people that might ride up under the back of others. You know how they try to do the 2-on-1? Although you understand the turnstile is built so narrowly that you can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Somebody will get hurt. It's guaranteed to stop you. You have to be in there pretty snug for that to work. Yeah, you put a cop on those stations just in case you might get a homeless person that might be able to pay their way in, but then now they're trying to sleep in the subway and be like, no, you got to go, like loitering. You have to enforce the no loitering laws, which means you get cops that'll walk up and down these stations. They'll go from one station to the next. So that way you have what you'll always have. Like you just have a shift where there's always a cop on the train and on the platform. You understand? They're checking for people who are loitering, like homeless people, and you always have a cop on the train if you need him. He might be a car or two over. So that way when you call for an emergency, the conductor can, let the cop know, like, hey, we got a situation, in the back of the train, in the third train car, or the second train car, first train car. We got a situation up here. Look like a fight is breaking out. And then the cop will boo, 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 get up there. But if they get to the train station before the cop get there, the other cops are already on it. So you already got a cop on the platform. So that way there's no escape. They got you. You know what I'm saying? They got you. So that's the way you can make the subway safer. If Eric Adams do that, it would be beneficial for him running for a higher seat in office, especially in the state of New York. So it's a possibility if he do that, then he could get Kathy Hochul's job as governor. Because maybe you might want to shoot for the presidency later on down the line. Like maybe, you want to go up against a Tulsi Gabbard, whatnot. Sure. You want to try to go up against Vance on his second term, sure. Whatever. But yeah, trying to get that governorship is, You know, that's like the last step to trying for the president. I mean, you know, it's just politics. It's just politics. You got to game plan it. You got to game plan it. Even if it's a sacrifice, you have to game plan it. You know, at least crime will drop. At least crime is dropping in your cities. You know what I'm saying? You're showing the police that you're behind them. You stand behind them. That's why you're helping out with ICE. You know, I mean, it's bad enough Letitia James got booed by firemen, and then she turned around and threatened to have every last one of them disciplined for booing her. I mean, come on, lady, how petty can you be? You're very silly. Seriously? 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 This is why they talk all about all that Trump 34 felonies or whatnot. Like, y'all sound very silly. Like, yeah, she convicted him for 34 felonies of real estate fraud. But the appellate court is saying that there's no real estate fraud. That's why your conviction, that's why there's no sentence for your conviction. Like, you're just talking about, you know, this is what he was convicted with, but there's no conviction. He's not arrested. He's not in jail. I know, I think I lost the plot, but you know what I mean. He got the felony convictions, but they're getting ready to be appealed in appellate court, and she knows she's lost that battle because there's no injured party. He didn't defraud the bank of any money. They properly assessed the property and did whatever business transaction they did based on their financial assessment of the property with Mr. Trump. So where's the impropriety? Because you feel that it's worth less than what the bank assessed it. You got a judge to convict him of that? No wonder that they're making a fool out of you in the appeals court. And now here you are talking about now you trying to get on the migrant fight. Stop it. You are making a woman, if you don't sit down and shut up, because I haven't even gotten into why you and Fani Willis call yourself trying to bring me up on these BS charges in the first place. Fani's got tossed out. Yours is a joke. We haven't even gotten to that part yet. I'm only a month in tomorrow. Like, come on, trust me, I'm going to get to you. I'm going to get to both of you. Fanny's so daggone stupid. This chick. For those of y'all not familiar with what this chick did, of course, she took money to try Trump in court, talking about some election fraud, because he told the people down here, hey, you need to find the votes. Find the votes. Because Georgia hasn't voted Democrat since 1994, and that was Bill Clinton. Always been red. So suddenly now it went blue. And like, that's ridiculous. Like, there's no way in hell Joe Biden won Georgia fair and square. Like, you, like, them votes, scour these counties outside of Atlanta, Macon, and Augusta. Scour these counties. The votes have got to be there. And they called that election fraud. Case was thrown out, of course. But then, I guess, in a moment of, I guess, trying to come on to this chick or impress this chick, because, you know, she was what you would call, in that legal type of setting, you know, she was a beautiful blonde. She was one of them upper echelon chicks. So this black attorney that worked or was associated with Fonnie Willis and Nathan Wade told her, I think over drinks, that they were dating, and that's why Nathan Wade was getting $600,000 while everybody else is getting like $150,000 to prosecute Trump, like because they was dating, thinking that would get her to come up to your bedroom, and instead she ran that straight to the courts and had you sitting up there looking stupid, trying to act like you didn't say it when you clearly did. Because the evidence was right there that you went digging into the record. So now, they dismissed Nathan Wade and Fonnie Willis from the case, and this is why the case was dismissed, because no other prosecutor was going to touch it. Because they didn't care. So now she's looking at improprietorship while being the district attorney for the city of Atlanta. Because now you got the whistleblower case where the woman was on tape telling her that they were spending the money illegally. They were pretty much stealing the money, what they were spending it on and everything. And that, hey, the press can win to this. If they find out, anybody else find out, it's going to look bad on you. And you fired her for telling you that. You fired her for telling you that. Probably because you were getting kickbacks, or maybe these people you hired were your friends and, you didn't care if they were doing it or not. I mean, people have their weird ways of, trying to cover up their staff stealing. Is that right, Tiffany Hinger? You have weird ways of trying to cover it up, like give them fictitious jobs and stuff. At any rate, so they claim that, yes, they spent a lot of time together and, what did he do with the taxpayers' money? Apparently, you guys went on lavish trips together, and you're talking about I always paid him back in cash, thinking that cash is untraceable. Like, what are you talking about? Like, chick, we've been tracing cash like ever since we've been doing investigations into where's the money like this. Like, we can trace cash because you either spent it on something or you didn't. You would have the physical possession of those things that you spent that cash on, wouldn't you? Yeah. So let's look in your closet. Oh wow, look at all these fur coats and all these red bottom shoes and whatnot. Where'd you get the money for this? Hey, trust me, we have ways of finding out if you spent the money on cash. How do you have this $1.1 million home only make $200,000 a year? How are you able to afford this? Let's take a look into your bank account and see your deposits, see where they're coming from. Is this the information you're afraid Elon Musk is going to reveal to the world? No, that's not his job. That's Pam Bondi's job. That's her job. Ooh, Lord. I'm sorry. I know I'm rambling, but man, it's just funny to just watch all of this stuff just come together like this. It's like an evil genius plot just being hatched out before our very eyes. But as they say, you want to get the money out of politics. This is how you do it. You just run an audit. You just run an audit. Ain't that right, Bernie Sanders, and your millions of dollars from Pfizer as a campaign contribution, right? As you sit there and fight for them every time somebody comes at the Drug Administration. Amazing their stock is so low in cost. Where are those millions of dollars coming from in your bank account, bro? Oh my God. I mean, these are things that you thought that, like at my age, that you would never see it happen in your lifetime. Where you see the end of like corrupt government. I mean, good Lord, you never thought that America would clean up its act. You never thought that. You never thought it would happen. I mean, this is almost like, you know, I don't understand how people think that it's racist against blacks to hold them financially and socially accountable for themselves. How is that racist? Because you feel like you can't. So therefore, he's taking away, you know, government money that you use to depend on and programs that you use to depend on to survive. Well, understand that only the strong survive. Only the strong survive. Only the strong survive. Strong is just not, you know, how much you can bench press or how fast you can run, but it's that mentally tough, knowing what you have to do. I guess we should say that the smart. I guess we should say the smart. The smart survive. But for the sake of argument, the strong survive. The strong know how to survive. They know how to get it done. They know what paths to take. Trust me, they'll figure it out. They'll figure it out real quick. That rent got to get paid. They'll figure it out real quick. You cut down all that waste in government spending, I'm telling you. Then with the extra money, you can hire more cops. You can hire the cops back. Because, I mean, crime is going to spike for a minute. But the beauty of it is that you can arrest these people. And you can call that, you know, weaponizing the poor or whatever you want. But it's like, in this day and age, it's pretty ridiculous that you can't make money online, which is why we went to these stocks in the first place. And y'all saw just as I did that IBM and NVIDIA, I think AMRC, those were the only 3 or 4 that was turning a profit. And I already had them circled on my list. And then I'm going to turn the profit. Everybody else looked like they was moving their contracts. Like, I mean, you know, only the strong survive. The smart survive. Because nobody else is going to feed you. You know what I'm saying? Nobody else is going to feed you. You have to feed yourself. You have to feed yourself. I mean, unfortunately, like a lot of people missed the Bitcoin rush. Like when Trump was president, like on the day he was elected, they was like, yeah, Bitcoin, all these coins are going through the roof. So quickly I bought into it. You know, I bought 50 shares each of Bitcoin, Ethereum, and something else. I spent $50 on each, on all three of them, and it's been holding steady at like somewhere like in the 700s. You know what I'm saying? It's been holding steady in that. So it's like it's reached, you know, like plateau. It's like ebb and flowing, ebb and flowing, ebb and flowing. But it skyrocketed up and then it topped out. People missed out. They missed out on that. You got to strike when that iron is hot. You can't just sit around playing around. Like, and then they're talking about it, you know, getting another strike, you know, used as a counter strike against BRICS, because I mean it's an economic war more so than it is physical. Hence the tariffs. It's an economical war. You have to push back against what Russia is doing with BRICS, or else you'll be outnumbered. Best way to strengthen with your allies is with the tariffs and by ceasing wars. I seriously get the feeling that the United States is going to let Ukraine battle it out with Russia. I mean, you know, they don't want them to, but it's like, hey, look, Zelensky, this is the deal. This is what Russia is saying. We think that that's fair. You know, they'll stop trying to kill you. They'll stop trying to kill you. We made sure to throw that in there. You know, to sweeten the deal. They won't throw. I mean, whether they throw you in jail or not, that's on whether or not you can escape to some country or whatnot, where they won't come and find you. But you know, at least they said they won't openly try to assassinate you. You know, by sending like people crashing through your windows with machine guns. They'll stop trying to do that. So you can make that deal or whatever along with these concessions. You can take it or leave it, but I would suggest you take it. Like, you know, or tell me what you want, you know, that sounds reasonable, because understand they want territory. They want control of the wheat. So you need to work out what you're getting in return for that wheat. Do you hear me? You need to work out what you're getting in return for that wheat. Because if they're saying that they can sell the wheat at fair market value, then whatever you were getting for it, listen to me, Zelensky, whatever you were getting for it, if the money is more than what you were getting for it before they wanted to take control and then sell it at this market value based on how you normally sell it per market value, if there's an increase, if the profit is better, I would suggest you take that deal. Set a percentage and don't be greedy. And they also will help me and us and Russia will help rebuild your country. We'll help rebuild it. We'll take full responsibility for rebuilding the parts of Ukraine that were destroyed because of war. Everything will be brand spanking new. And we won't even use the cheap stuff. We won't even use the cheap stuff. We got money, they got money. You're selling your wheat, you know, selling other people's stuff. Trust me, Russia's not broke. Even if we destroy BRICS, Russia still won't be broke. They control a lot of the East, especially minerals and stuff, much needed out of Africa, them in China. That's the whole purpose of BRICS. Control over other people's resources. The tariffs will bring in more money than BRICS, but do understand that BRICS controls industry. They control industry as far as like diamonds, minerals, precious metals, whatever, whereas the United States is looking to control oil, which is energy. They're trying to control energy costs as far as oil. Hence the Gulf of America. They're sitting on countless vast amounts of oils and precious minerals, especially precious metals. Here in the United States, they're sitting on mountains of it. I mean, why else would you bring steel back to America unless you have, the things necessary to create steel sitting in your own backyard? Like, have all the ingredients sitting right here. All we gotta do is just dig it out, right around, sitting on vast amounts of it. Hell, thanks to Jimmy Carter, this stuff aged like fine wine. It gave it time to produce more of itself. Through fermentation, whatever. It's just like, diamonds and coal. Give it enough time, one produces the other. I know this is what I say when I'm sleepy. But yeah, this is an economic war more than anything. You need to be able to control more than what Russia and China has. So it's like, okay, well, if you are going to outsell us, especially in our market, then we want our fair share of taxes on that. Now it's going to be whether you outsell us or not. So it's a win-win situation for the United States, either way it goes, because now you're selling oil and metals, and they're selling precious minerals and whatnot, especially for like computers and, other things concerning technology. So they've cornered one market, you've cornered another, and you've cornered the economic market as far as world tax through tariffs. So it's a win-win. You have the biggest consumer market in the world in Americans. It's a win-win. It's a win-win. It's a win-win. You secure your borders, you get rid of crime, you bring down energy costs, you get rid of taxes. Trust me, people they'll be singing their praises. They'll be singing your praises. I'm serious. They'll be singing your praises. Shoot. If you got to prosecute some Democrats along the way, oh my God, are you kidding me? They'll build statues in every state. California will turn red. Do you hear me? California will turn red. Which is interesting because, as we know, Gavin Newsom is on this list as far as people to investigate. So you say, I'm sorry, I'm just rambling. Why don't FBA blackmail veterans advocate for Liberia Africans owe us reparations too? It should be a 50-50 split. Cash in American land, in Africa 50 acres, and a mule in Liberia, and cash UBI in America. Well, who's going to listen? First of all, Liberia is not going to agree to that, because do understand that Africans do not see Black Americans as African. Just ask an African. If you're a Black person, if you're a Black person born here in America, ask somebody that's literally from Africa if they think you're an African or not. Tell them you're an African. Like, say I'm an African too, and see how hard they laugh in your face. Oh, they definitely want you over there as an American because you bring American money. Oh yeah, and they'll find a way to scam it right up out of you. Like the biggest scam, like especially the one that you're talking about. And keep in mind, I'm not shooting down your idea or anything. I'm just getting you hip to what goes on overseas to Black Americans over in Africa. Okay. Especially in places like Liberia, Nigeria, Kenya, Somali, what's the other one? Ghana, most especially Ghana, and one of them Ibias. But what happens is that you'll get somebody, a Black American, trying to repatriate or whatever over there, trying to repatriate over there, thinking that they're in the motherland. And the thing about it is, in those countries, you as a foreigner, especially an American, cannot just buy the land outright or whatnot. Like, first and foremost, you have to split it 50-50 with a native, okay? But do understand that if y'all break up, let's say like you marry them or y'all are dating and both of you sign the paperwork. If y'all break up, that 50-50 become 100-0, like that. So everything, like let's say you build a house or whatnot, all your equity, everything, you lose all of it like that. You get nothing. You get nothing. You get nothing. So you have women or men, but mainly women, that'll run that scam. I mean, do understand this is what takes place, like in places like the Philippines and in South America, whatnot. But mainly in these Southeast Asian countries or whatnot, and in Africa, that they don't tell you about is that you'll have these women. They'll get with these dudes. The dudes will build a house with both of their names in it, and next thing you know, she'll move her family in and kick you out, or kick you out then move her family in. And what it is, like, the police will come and remove you, on some domestic violence type stuff, and you'll have no rights to the house. Because she'll file a report on you. And of course, if she kick you out, you got to stay out. You can't go back. So then she claims full possession of the house. Heaven help you if you put her name on any bank accounts or any insurance paperwork. Heaven help you. You'll wake up face down in the river in your boxers and one sock on, with her shrugging like, I don't know where he went. I mean, the latest case was the white dude that was living in the southern part of the Philippines, where they tell you not to go. He was married to some Muslim chick. He out there bragging about money on YouTube. He doing money, sounds like money laundering, but he called it money lending. He was making profits off of them returning the money. And it's like, dude, the only people in the southern part of the Philippines where terrorists are that would be borrowing money from you and then paying you back at a profit are people who are getting that money, you ill-gotten gains, you idiot. And you're out here making videos talking about it. So they showed up at his house for the disguised as police officers. He realized they weren't police officers. So he put up a scuffle. They shot him in the leg, dragged him out of the house, threw him on the boat, and then took him out to the water, right off into the water. About 2 weeks later, a body washed up on the shore, matching his description, but they haven't verified if it's him or not yet, because I believe they sent the body. I think the body is being sent back to the United States for examination. They don't want to mess this up at a Filipino, autopsy room. So they're sending the body to the United States for the autopsy. So far, they captured 2 of the dudes that took off on the speedboat. I'm just telling you, these are some of the true life stories. But one of the other scams that they're running in, especially in Africa, is where you supposedly buy the land. Let's say your partner is on the up and up or something, right? Or because you bought the land, you have permission to build and own your house without splitting it with a native, right? Because you bought the land fair and square from, a native. A native came out on top. So you think the native came out on top, but what happens is no sooner than you actually finish building the house or whatnot, or almost finished building it, suddenly now the real owner of the land shows up with the deed, and here you are, you've been scammed. Either way, you've been scammed. Either you've been scammed all along with the real person with the deed, using the shaman man or whatever, the chieftain to say that this is land. So either way, or the chieftain is reneging on a deal or whatnot, or said that I never said he could do it. Either way, it's a shakedown. They'll throw you in jail. They take you before a judge, and the judge will hit you with all of these, thousands of dollars in American money in fines. You understand? It's a shakedown. And if you don't have the money, they just seize the property. They'll lie and seize the property from you. You understand? These are the scams that they run over in Africa. So if Liberia was like, yeah, come on over, there's no way in hell I would trust that. I would have to have assurances. But why the hell would you want to go to Liberia anyway? Especially if they owe reparations. But I get it. I mean, I feel that Germany should have offered, the Jews reparations in the form of land. Like, okay, like, nope. Like, y'all did this to us, but we get to take your land. Your land is not our land. That's how you repay us. You turn over the land to us. You know what I'm saying? And you help us to repay us to rebuild. You pay us to rebuild. We'll start from there, because they took everything from them. Let's just be honest. They took everything from them to fund that war. They killed millions of them. They should have gave them that land. There's no way that there should be such a thing as a Hamas. That's ridiculous. They should have gave them Germany as payment. Yeah, his worst nightmare should have came true, and it would have been all his fault. It would have been his all funny mustache's fault. That's what should have really happened. But the thing about it was that the U.S. did give us our land. They gave us land. They gave us land. I mean, they didn't give us 40 acres and a mule. I mean, that ain't nothing. Please, we had whole cities and towns that was way bigger than that. Through segregation, and we was like, cool, we don't want to be around y'all anyway. And we was building up our own stuff. We had beautiful neighborhoods. Beautiful neighborhoods. Like I was listening to, Louis Red Pill Secret Show. He posted a video of some guy going at it with pink pill. And he was talking about there was no upper black middle class. And I'm like, that's ridiculous. That's a lie. Like, do you really associate poverty with black people that are? You really think Madam C.J. Walker was the only rich black person in America, like back in 1920? And then there was nobody else until, the NBA and was created. What are you talking about? Like, we had cities when people were rich. Yes, the old Willie with the corner store. Yeah, that dude was making bank. You couldn't go shop at the white stores. Black people had money, so they spent money with their own people. Everybody knew each other. You had thriving, growing black communities all across the United States that were decimated by the Klan and other Democratic leaders, be it by redlining or blockbusting, running freeways through their neighborhoods, or just flat out physically attacking them because some white woman said that some black man sexually assaulted her. He looked raped me. I mean, isn't that what started the civil rights movement? He looked raped me. Yeah, he was flirting with me. Same thing. Same thing. Same thing. I know, it's just effing ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. We live in a society that's messed up like that, but I mean, look like it's changing for the better though. Most specifically socially. That's the beautiful part of this. You get those paternity laws together, you clean up some of these social programs. You know what I'm saying? You get that child support law right. You keep it where it's at right there. I mean, you cut off the spigot. You cut off the spigot, and you at least give people the choice to be responsible or not as a matter of survival. You be responsible or you starve. I mean, to legally put that on paper is that's diabolical. That's diabolical, but it's smart. That's the only way you're going to get it to socially change. You cut off the spigot. You cut off the spigot. Make them find another way to eat and drink. You give them the tools. Like they say, you lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. And it's like, yeah, like, you teach a man to fish and then you sit back and see what he do with it. And next time he get hungry, be like, bro, didn't I teach you how to fish? Go fish. And you just sit back and watch and see if he do it. If he's trying, give him a hand. Sometimes people are slow learners. You'll never turn your back on people who try, who are at least trying, because they're at least trying to get it right. That's putting in a serious effort. That's why they say you invest in people, because you see their effort. Yeah, that'll probably come back. All right, but shoot, yeah, I done went way too long. You know, sorry. Sometimes I get in these moods, man. I'd be like, let's just talk it out. Let's talk it out. Yeah, it's gonna be economic. This new world, it's all about economics. It's all about money. The way that it was always really about. But this is all about money. You want to survive in this new economy, Trump's economy, you got to get your money together. You got to be smart with your money, or else it ain't gonna work out for you. You ain't gonna be able to survive. I mean, I know you was looking out for your money with Biden, you know, but with this Trump situation, ooh, you know, you'd be surprised that look at all the people that are getting fired, you know, from departments that, I mean, just think about it. Let's say like your department is getting money from Doge, but you don't know that. Your job is getting money from Doge, but you don't know that. You just a common everyday 9-to-5 secretary or whatever the hell you are. You know, whatever the hell you are, you're the receptionist or whatever. But whatever you are, your department is being funded by Doge through the company. You know, just like with Politico. Friday come around, ain't no paychecks because they stopped the payroll on Wednesday. So now here you are, you know, you get word through Zoom, because I heard that they was firing a lot of people through Zoom. Here now you're on the Zoom with Elon Musk, and you're like, oh my God, it's Elon Musk, and he's telling you that he's, you know, cutting the funding to your department permanently. Essentially, you're fired. You're out of a job. You had no idea your company or your department was being funded by Doge. How you gonna be able to pay that rent? Luckily, this won't affect a lot of brothers thanks to the DEI hiring practices. I mean, women are a double minority, especially if they're white. Double minority, white and Latino and Asian, and then the blacks. They'll even use you as a figurehead. Yeah, let you bring in your own staff. Then, of course, when it goes belly up, you know, especially through executive order, not through a failure of its own. You'll scream and cry racism. Just wow. It's gonna get real bad. If your money ain't up, you in trouble. If you're, in all honesty, not just that, but your personal protection needs to be up on par. Because do understand, broke people are desperate people. People who are about to go homeless are desperate people. People who desperately need money are desperate people. Do not get caught slipping out here in these streets. I mean, I see they out here robbing folks at knife point with their kids. Like, I mean, it's getting that bad out here. I'm serious. They out here robbing folks at knife point with their kids. It's getting that bad out here. You know, I always say there's You know, no scheduled time for accidents you're going to be involved in. It's not written down on the calendar. You don't get an alert on your phone. The watch doesn't beep an alarm. Just the good old-fashioned dumb luck of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Happen to anyone. Happens to everyone. End results may vary. You might wind up on TikTok or the 6 o'clock news. Those are your odds. You know what? I'll tell you what. Let's talk reparations before we go. Let me talk reparations, because I came out with this bill of why. Well, I came out with a reparations bill. I still have that video, thank God, because I did it with AI. So I still have that. I think I might be able to tweak it. I need to take something out of it. At any rate, I talked about reparations, how reparations could help boost the American economy. But I would do a reparations as the federal government, because, I mean, in all honesty, what America did was atrocious. They never paid the debt, but they paid the debt to everybody else. You know, you still funding Israel, which is really the 51st state. Still funding Israel, even though you don't owe them anything. The Japanese, when they were in internment camps, you gave them their money. We're talking about like 400 years of slavery here. Come on. Doesn't really matter whether you took us from Africa or not. But those of us who are, American descendants of slaves, since you say there were no black people here, remember? Okay, remember you said there were no black people here? So all the black people that were here, this is the history you taught us, right? All the black people that are here, you imported over from Africa, right? So we're kidnapped victims that you brutalized and tortured and forced to, endure harsh conditions, pick cotton and build your businesses and factories. I mean, hell, like Jasmine Crockett keeps bringing up, we even built the freaking White House. We built Washington, D.C. Like, come on. Like, don't you think you owe some money for that? I mean, at least Bill Clinton, admitted that, he was sorry for it, but even though it wasn't really his job, but it's fine. But where's the money? So I say, for every American descendant of slavery, and you know who you are through our social security numbers, everyone over the age of 18 should get $5 million spread out at $1 million a year for 5 years, tax-free. And you would have at least a good 10, maybe 12 to 15 years of American financial prosperity, because black folks will be shopping like crazy. Homes will be selling like crazy. Cars will be selling like crazy. Clothiers, restaurants, travel agents, restaurants, theaters. I mean, all of this stuff you would see a boom. You would see a boom in attendance and in sales. You would desperately be hiring people, so you would be contributing to the job market like crazy, or at least a good, I would say at the most 12 years. Because it'll probably take the bulk of us to spend it all within a 10-year span. It would be around the 8 to 9 year span where you would see the drop off, but around 10-year span you'd see the significant drop off, the leveling off or whatever. But you'll see the drop off, and then by year 12 you'll see the level off, where it'll fall at its most. But by then, everybody would have been, pretty much kind of caught up, because it'll level off because the money will have been spent off. And then you'll probably have a lot of foreclosures and seizures and whatnot because of back taxes and land, back taxes and whatnot. And then people will be selling off the stuff that they spent all their money off of. So, at least it'll be a rotating economy for at least a good 20 years. Another, I would say, after after the leveling off, at least a good 5 to 10 years of, resale spiking. You know what I'm saying? So at least the people who, maybe they didn't, get reparations or whatnot, but they're just average people who are not of that class, and they hunting for a bargain for stuff like furniture or whatnot. Then they'll surely take it off your hands. They'll buy it. It'll probably be a lot of foreigners, but they'll buy it. You know what I'm saying? As long as it's not tacky garbage, they'll buy it. They'll buy it. Especially if you bring back like thrift stores, because thrift stores will actually be worth going into, because you'll be buying like rich people stuff, or used to be rich people stuff. And they be having some good stuff, and then stuff be going for cheap, because they need to get rid of it quick. They got bills to pay. They done bankrupted themselves. I mean, that Dave Chappelle skit was not a joke. You already knew, like, brothers be pulling up with truckload cigarettes, paying all their back phone bills, whatnot, caught up on their child support. They just catch up on their bills. That'd be the first thing that the smart ones would do, would catch up on their bills. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with buying a truck full of cigarettes. But it's your money. I can't condemn you for it, but just understand, I think it's a waste. Shoot, like, why would you even have a need to smoke cigarettes after, like, getting $1 million, your first payment of, your reparations money? Like, why would you even have a need to smoke? You're rich. The stress should be falling off of your shoulders. Letting your stress was, you trying to figure out how to pay these bills, like the rent and all this stuff. Like, yeah, you ain't got to worry about that no more. Like, you won't even put a dent in what you owe out of $1 million. You'll have, what, $999,000 to play with. Dude, get out of here. Yeah, America would definitely see an economic boom. There'd be a lot of jobs for people to work and everything, especially in the service industry. You'll sell a lot of houses, bring down the cost. You'll be good. A lot of new cars will be sold. A lot of clothes, a lot of stuff. You'll see an economic boom. But they'll level off. But at least people they'll definitely enjoy it for a good minute. By then, like I said, everything levels off. It'll all level off. It'll work out good for not just us, but society too. Yeah. So $5 million paid out once a year, $1 million a year for 5 years. That way you stretch out the payments. You don't bankrupt the country, and you already know it's coming. Especially like if you do it under the Trumps. Trump's economy. If he's getting money from the ERS, Trump will already have, money allocated going to that to make those payments. Like, okay, like, hey, Treasury Department, distribute those payments. I guarantee you that website might crash a few times. You worried about the government and wanting your personal information. Please, you're going to probably have to go to the government website to type in all your information, like social security number and stuff and all that. You might even have to upload the front and back scan of your ID or photo ID, holding it up to your face and everything. Shoot, if they told you that, if the IRS or the U.S. Treasury told you to do that in order for you to get direct deposit of your reparations check, without losing a penny, instead of a mailed check to you or a mailed debit card, like, are you seriously gonna trust the physical over the digital that you can do, like sitting in your pajamas? Either way, they're gonna get your information. You still got to go to the website and enter your information and then select whether or not, how you want to receive payment. They got to verify it's you in order to send out the payment. So the government will have your information regardless. That argument goes right out the window. But that's where I stand on reparations. I say it's due. I say it's a smart way to dish it out that would definitely help in today's society with the dire straits that Black America is getting ready to go through under, this transition that Trump is doing, this job transition or whatnot, economy transition that he's doing, where it seems like it's more so catered towards men than it is women. A lot of female jobs are being eliminated, whereas a lot of men's jobs are being created, like real paying jobs. Men's jobs are being created. Shit, I mean, in all honesty, he put women on the spot. These chicks gonna have to find a way to negotiate with these dudes just in order to survive. And the dudes really ain't asking for much. They talking 50-50, which I say should never be 50-50. Like, no, look, it should be, I pay the rent because my name is on the lease. I pay the rent. So therefore, if we break up, I don't move. You move. I'm not getting out. You get out. My name is the principal on the lease. I can afford the rent without you. I've saved up enough money, with my checks to where, if you've been paying the utilities like you're supposed to be paying them, they should all be at zero balance, right? So with you leaving, I'm looking at a good 10 to 25% reduction on the bill, especially when it comes to utilities, because you use more shower and more lights than I do. Because if it's just me, if I'm not here, nobody's burning, my lights or running up my water or whatnot, my gas bill. There's nobody here. So I'm looking at a good reduction, 10 to 25% on the bills. The only one that's going to stay the same is the cable, unless I eliminate these little pay channels that she got. And I don't mean like Netflix or nothing. I mean like, sometimes these chicks, because they watch these reality shows, they subscribe to some of these channels that come in these bundles where they make you pay for it in order to get this network, but they sell the networks in a bundle because they all pretty much, play the same thing, like housewives shows and stuff. So they purchase the bundle on your cable. That's why you make them pay the cable bill. You understand? That's why you make them pay the cable bill. That way they can watch whatever they want to watch. And if it costs anything, well, you're paying for it. Like, I'm fine with the cable bill as it was. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't even watch it like that. But you got the cable, you got the light, you got the gas, because those are the bills that's going to go up. And we split the food. And by split the food, I mean you pick out what you like, I'll pick out what I like, and just so we, don't be picky at the damn at the register, like we on one of them goofy little, she trying to get me to pay for 3 meals for her kids type of situations at the grocery store. We just split the bill 50-50. That way there's no argument. Besides, we're in a relationship. Why am I mad that I'm, you got $27 or, $52 more items than I got? Like, are we really like Scrooge McDuckin at, the cash register of a grocery store? Like, what are we doing here? Like, just split the food. Like, if you bringing it up in your head, then you need to get something of equal or greater value. But I would say, yeah, that way you can keep it even. She can keep filling the car up. You can fill up what we can afford, or until you tell her, hey, no, that's enough. You don't need that. Stop. You know you ain't gonna eat it. Stop. Curb her down to a snack. Here, you can get these cookies, but we ain't about to get a whole, freaking red velvet cake. Are you kidding me? Maybe we can get these cupcakes, but we're not getting a whole cake. You crazy. I mean, you gotta curb that stuff. Her bill is half your bill. You don't need all that junk. Save yourself some money. That's how you handle that. Yeah, we'll see if chicks start doing that. Those that can at least understand that, you know what, yeah, I need a man. Like, screw it. If all he want me to do is to cook dinner and be nice to him and just keep the house clean. But do understand that, like, well, for that, it's like, look, as far as the cooking and cleaning, we have dishwashers, and you're right. What would I eat if it was just me? Am I eating junk food, or am I making myself something to eat? Unfortunately, you dealing with a chick that all she do is eat out. She don't know how to cook. She ain't trying to cook or trying to learn how to cook. You're in trouble, bro. You can't be around that. I mean, I say whatever floats your boat is fine. Whether you want to date or not, that's up to you. I'm not here to police you. But if you do, I mean, as you guys be manosphere yourselves about it, because in all honesty, Kevin Samuels is about promoting relationships. Like, if you ever go to her house and she never offer you something to eat, then it's something she may have cooked herself, and her house ain't clean. Sometimes the bathroom counter, I get it. Anybody that grew up with a mother knows what a bathroom counter is likely to look like, especially if she lived by herself or she got her own bathroom. You know what I'm saying? All types of bottles and curlers and whatnot, hair stuff all over the place, perfume, everything, lotions. It's just a mess. It's a hot mess. You can excuse that. But good Lord, if it look like you afraid a roach might pop out, no, bruh, get out of there. That ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work. Same thing with chicks. Look like a roach might pop out, or worse. That's no. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. That is not gonna work. They bathroom and kitchen is nasty, even if they are cleanly type. No, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. Sometimes you can understand the bedroom. I mean, that's like an inner sanctum. And most people that live by themselves, all they do is work, eat, and sleep. You know what I'm saying? They come home, they get them something to drink, they eat, they watch TV, they out. Alarm wake them up the next day, they get up, shower, boom, back to the job. You understand? That's Monday through Friday, or sometimes even on Saturday. So you can understand the bedroom. You know, you strip out of them clothes, you throw them right there on the floor. You ain't worried about it. You ain't worried about it. You wear a uniform, it's mainly socks and drawers all over the place. And t-shirts, undershirts. Anybody, you know, you can quickly kick them under the bed or whatnot when company comes through or throw them in the hamper. Whatever floats your boat. But you know, sometimes you can understand that. Things will be out of place. But like the whole house is out of place. That's a hell no. That's a hell no. I don't even know how. I don't even know how brothers be letting that fly. And then you sitting up here kicking her out because the whole house is just like nasty. Or, you know, like this is your wife. And you sitting there arguing with her about why can't she keep the kitchen clean. And then she tried to deflect and say, well, you didn't get the milk. So then you open the fridge and pull the milk out, full jug. Like, I did get the milk. Like, maybe if you came in the kitchen and cleaned up, you probably would have opened the fridge and saw that I got the milk that you called me for and bugged me about. I got the milk. How come the kitchen ain't clean? I mean, it's just, there's no way in hell you should be having those conversations. Especially where you pay the rent at. This is where they call you narcissistic and controlling. That's where that comes from. Sorry, I got off track. You say Trump is taking Greenland. He's a New Yorker. It's in American interest to have that land back. Yeah, because you got a lot of like vitamins and minerals and nutrients and stuff there that Trump wants to get his hands on to turn a profit, because Denmark is not doing what they need to do with that stuff. So it'll be in America's best interest, especially with, you know, how it separates or is between China and America. It would be in America's best interest to control Greenland, especially for money, because what it will do is the mining operation will bring jobs to Greenland, something that these people don't really necessarily have. But a mining industry would definitely bring them some good jobs, good manly jobs. So it will give the men that work there a sense of purpose. And of course, once they start eating, everybody else will eat. You know, people that own restaurants and real estate and all of that stuff, you know, furniture stores and everything. everybody in the community will eat if they become a mining territory for their natural resources that they're just sitting on, just, you know, looking like fresh berries waiting to be picked. I mean, it's just really kind of crazy how you don't know what you're sitting on. You don't even know what you have. You don't even know what you have. Like, maybe you need to sit down and listen, work out some deals. Like, oh, so that's what y'all doing? Y'all just want to start mining? Well, this is what we need. We need you to hire local talent. You know what I'm saying? If there are any businesses, local businesses here that you guys set up shop, we need you to hire local talent. You take care of your people. You make sure they get jobs. You make sure they get jobs. Meanwhile, the government will make sure that they get, you know, quote unquote, taxable income off of those, off of what they dig up. Like if they dug up 18 million, you need to at least be getting 5. You know what I'm saying? You need to be getting some millions out of that, you know, just for them to export it. You should be getting your cut. You should be getting a good cut. It's 5 million more than what you were getting. You know what I'm saying? 5 million more than what you were getting. Hell, you want a 50-50 it? Fine, we'll 50-50 it. 50% more than what we were getting. If you're the United States, fine, these are your natural resources. All right, we'll treat you like bricks. You get fair trade for your value. It's just amazed that Greenland's not really seeing the full possibility of this. I mean, that place is a crap hole. Nobody talks about vacationing in Greenland. I mean, they're always covered in snow. Like taking vacation to sunny Canada. Who does that? And when has Canada ever been sunny? At least considered sunny. Passport bros ain't never mentioned Canada ever in the history of never. Like not even the white ones, never. Exotic Canada. No, they don't exist. No, but yeah, Greenland really needs to, for the sake of bringing jobs to their country, they need to sit down and listen to at least what Trump is talking about, because the US dollar is definitely stronger than what the Chinese yuan. So yeah, they definitely need to sit down and talk to Trump, see what he want to do and how long the project is probably going to take. Knowing Trump, he's like, oh, it'll take forever. For as long as you have the resources, it'll take forever. You guys are sitting on the gold line. Like, I mean, you're tripping and stumbling all over the stuff. You don't even know it. There's a lot of money up under this dirt. You know, I mean, he'll just Trumpanize them. Like, okay, so. Oh, my God. That seems to be the smarter choice, though. I'm sorry, I don't mean to linger on it, but I mean, seriously. And beats Nan any day. All right, let me get some sleep, man. This is ridiculous. We'll have the group chat tomorrow at 9 through all the channels. where we need a subject. We need a subject matter. We need to pick a topic. I mean, there's so much going on with politics in the world. We need to find a topic to start us off with. But yeah, we'll get together. We'll do all the joint live streams and Monday, tomorrow. I guess we'll see y'all then. See, matter of fact, what am I saying? I'm saying we need a topic, knowing that tomorrow is Monday, and I guarantee you at least 3 big things will pop up to be the topic of discussion. Yeah, I need some sleep.
He must have given up, thrown in the towel, abandoned his sad little masquerade. I finally got to him. The power of the press triumphs.